Right on time.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Walter. Hello, Lara.
Hello.
Good to see you both again.
Hi, Sam.
Hey,
Hi,
everyone.
Walter.
Hey, Lara. Sam, it's been a while.
It has. It's the first time I'm doing a session one in quite a while, so should be good. Should be good. How are you both doing?
Not too
Yeah,
bad.
fantastic.
Yeah, pretty good actually. Yourself?
Not too bad as well. Not too bad. Hoping for some good trades, hopefully, in this session.
Okay.
I'm getting some feedback in my headphones. I'm not sure if anyone else is hearing that.
What feedback? I'm not.
I'm hearing myself twice. It's messing up my speech pattern. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't hear that, so I don't know.
I can't hear that either.
Oh, okay. It must be on my end then. Hopefully
Yeah.
that sorts itself out. I'll turn down the volume a bit. Cool. All right. So let's get the session started. I hope everyone watching is doing good. If you're in the live stream, feel free to leave a comment. We'll get to it, and any questions you guys have, we'll definitely answer them. Who wants to kick it off? Look at the charts.
I'm happy to.
Lara, you can kick it up if you want. I don't mind going after you.
I don't mind, yeah. I usually just go through what I'm looking at for the week on the basis that I'm trading the higher time frame. So I just go through that. Let me just
Awesome.
get my charts on. Sorry, I can't see too much. I'm a bit blind. There we go. Wait, what's going on here? I can't seem to. I've got a little bit of a technical issue here. Bear with me, guys.
No worries.
No worries. Do you want me to go whilst you're setting up?
It's just that for the first time, it just hasn't come up with my trading view window, and I'm not entirely sure why. So yeah, you go ahead, Walter. That's fine.
No worries. I'm just going to share my screen. All right. So it's been an interesting start of the week. Today, I took today off just because I had a very, very long weekend. So I just thought, okay, and especially with everything that's happened over the weekend with Iran and Israel. So I figured, let me just take today off, see what the market does, and then from tomorrow, I'll take it from there. And I did do my analysis this morning, like as per usual, and anticipated today was going to be a down day for gold because, on Thursday we saw sort of that bullish rally after price took out a major area of a minor sell side pull on the 1 hour time frame. I'm getting a bit of feedback on my end as well, by the way. Can you hear it on your end, Sam?
Yeah, a little bit.
No, I can't hear it at all. And it's just the usual setup.
If I mute my mic, see if this helps.
Yeah, okay. Let me try that. So what I'll say was with regards to so on Thursday, right? Thursday, price took out a minor sell side pull on the 1 hour. And then after that, we saw a bullish rally, which continued basically on into the end of the session. And then Friday was a super session in the morning. And then after that, the market basically just accumulated for literally from London into New York session. So I was very, very confident this morning was going to be a bearish market. The only thing for me was I didn't know if the market was going to hold its level today, or if we were going to see maybe like a sustained bullish run to the upside because of obviously the situation that happened over the weekend. So I'm very used to gold sometimes behaving in a way that is very fundamentally driven, especially when geopolitical situations begin to sort of stir up a bit. So today was a down day. So we saw that sort of like bearish where price traded into the 4 hour sell side liquidity pool, as well as taking out that H1 SST as well. So it was a very, very nice drop. And if I had taken a trade today, like my position would have been as typical at the order block. So imbalance where the order block is, stop above the high, and then TP to the downside. So we're looking at around a 1 to 2.8 ish. Again, I don't feel any FOMO towards this because I know that there will be amazing opportunities, especially for gold later in the week that will give a potential greater yield. So in terms of what I'm anticipating, I'll start with what I'm anticipating in the longer run, and then I'll go into what potentially could happen in the New York session today. So with regards to, of course, the daily, that's a pretty weird one. Yeah, so with regards to the daily, what I'm anticipating essentially is at some point, gold will continue rallying to the upside, and it will eventually take out the high of 3.5K, and we are potentially going to see a higher high relative to the high that was created then. Of course, gold has a tendency of holding its level for a prolonged duration of time before giving any expansive runs. So again, don't be surprised if for the whole week we might see gold sort of trading below last week's high, and then maybe towards the end of the week we could see gold begin to come back towards last week's high, and then next week we could see gold take off again. Like, don't be surprised if that's the scenario we see. But in the longer term picture, I'm anticipating a sort of like a bullish continuation towards the all-time high. But in the meantime, I do see a very strong possibility of gold trading down towards this fair value gap that we can see down here, and potentially even taking out that imbalance. And then obviously that would be a draw on sell side pool, because the most recent draw on liquidity on the daily time frame is buy side liquidity. So therefore, the next logical draw on liquidity would be from some form of sell side. And the next draw on sell side, as we can see, is this imbalance to the downside. So that's sort of like my target for the next, let's say, 2 to 3 trading sessions. It could happen in New York today. It may take until tomorrow for that to happen. But the moment price is taking out the sell side, then I will position myself to look for sort of like long opportunities. So that's sort of my daily overview. Of course, do not ignore the fact that if we take a look on the 1 hour time frame, gold is pretty much in an accumulative range, right? So therefore, this has triggered the rule of accumulative range trading, which is very simple. Price will typically bounce from the high, taking our area of buy side, to the low, taking our area of sell side, back to the high, taking our area of buy side, back to the low, taking our area of sell side. So when price is in an accumulative range, it, like, for me, it is important just to treat price in that range. So like until or unless price breaks outside of this range, I'm not going to say, oh, price is going to like trade all the way down here at some. No, like, yes, the daily low is my main target, is like my higher time frame target in terms of where I see price coming down before that sort of like bullish expansion, right? I'm not just going to take a short trade and automatically aim for the daily buy side until or unless price breaks outside of this range. Then yes, I would anticipate a sort of like a break retest scenario, and then I'll look to trade a continuation towards that low. But for now, price is still within the range, so I'm going to treat it as such. So therefore, as price is taking out the low of this accumulation range, what I'm going to be looking for in New York is a potential reversal back into the range. So we could see a move back into the range where price could target some form of short-term buy-side pool at this short-term high, or we could see price basically filling one of these imbalances on the 1 hour time frame. Okay, so going down to the 30-minute time frame. All right, so again, so this is the bigger picture of what I can see. Okay, so we saw that the market gave sort of like a full bullish cycle to the upside, right? So we saw that initial break of market structure, secondary high. It gave that third high this morning before reversing back into the range. So this is the first initial low that was created. The market gave that break of structure to the downside right here. Okay, so the market gave a break of structure to the downside. And then obviously at this point, right, the 30 minutes is indicating to me that the market is still bearish, right? So this is a very strong indication. The market is still bearish, and the market would likely create a new low below this low. So there's various ways to treat this. So for me, I like to go with my area of interest at the most recent order block, right? So let's say New York session today, the market trades right into that bearish order block. Then I'll be looking to like position myself for a sell opportunity, and I'll be looking to take it back to the low, back towards this recent low that was created, and potentially towards the open of this fair value gap down here, right? Because then we can see the market obviously trade into that fair value gap and then bounce back into the range. So this is my range of trade today. So I'm going to be looking to sell anywhere from this imbalance. I'm going to see how the market reacts right now and see if we see a pullback at the start of session today. So this is my area of sell, and then I'm looking to take my profit within this range down here. So it's a very clear range that I'm looking to trade in New York today. So now taking a look on the 15 minutes time frame, what I'm looking for is some sort of confluence in cycle. So on the 15, we saw that break of structure that took place in Asia session today. So break of structure, retest off that fair value gap, continuation to the downside. It's a very classic structure, very, very classic structure. And then after that, obviously the market gave that third low, and then obviously gave that expansion to the downside. So again, all of this is the market obviously that expanded into that H1 SST and that H4 SST below. And then after this, obviously what we're seeing is the market then gave a reversal. So with this being the initial high, and then there's the secondary high right there, right? So this is that reversal cycle, first high, secondary high, break of structure. So I do see the potential of the market doing one of two things here. So the market delivering a third high above this initial high. Thereafter, I want to see the market basically give a very clear break to the downside on the 15. And then I'll be looking to enter at some sort of fair value gap. So here's the confluence I'm looking for, right? So a big push into that 30 minutes bearish order block, a clear break to the downside on the 15 minutes, creating some sort of a fair value gap. And then I'll be looking to position myself at that fair value gap. And then I'll be looking to take that trade to the downside. So again, very nice. Like, if I see something like that, that would be like picture perfect. You know, that kind of setup you simply kind of get wrong. So that's what I'm looking for in gold. Anyways, I'm not sure if Sam or Lara, you guys have any sort of further input on this.
No, it's very interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree. Very well broken down. I do think you're right as well in terms of being very cautious, at least today, either holding off or let it calm down a bit, because of obviously, like you mentioned, the war. It is going to be very choppy. So although it's a slow news day in terms of scheduled news, the political events currently going on, it can do you know what I mean? Anything can happen and boom,
literally,
a nice big wick somewhere can take you out.
This is the thing, right? Like right now, it's such a tense situation that, and especially when you trade such a volatile asset, like gold, or if you trade oil as well, Bitcoin, like these are situations where you really need to be very, very careful because, especially if you trade oil, like just one event that may not make it to the news could impact the market before you see it on the news, right? So right now, that's why today I decided I'm not going to touch, I'm not going to trade today for the first half of the day because I'd rather the market absorb the information that came through over the weekend first. After I've seen whether the market has reacted in an aggressive way or whether the market has settled, then it'll be easy for me to anticipate what the next move will be and then to actually like follow through from there over the next few days. And it's important to have this kind of disciplines as well when you trade volatile assets to sort of know when to sort of like take your hands off and wait for things to settle down.
Million percent. Yeah, couldn't agree more.
By the way, are you guys still hearing any echoes or is it all better now?
I still hear it very slightly, but it's not too bad anymore.
No, it's all good. For me, it's all good. So I don't know why, but it is.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Yeah, it's a bit of a strange one.
We have under a minute until the US stock market opens, so I'm just keeping an eye on, because really I only trade after the US open. So I'm keeping my eye on the charts right now, because after that, and then generally about 10-15 minutes, I let it kind of calm down, figure out what it wants to do. And then usually there's a trade. So I'll probably still be another 20 minutes or so before there's even a trade. So by all means, Lara, if you want to go next,
well, let's see if I can. Let's see if I can get this going then today. I don't know what that was all about earlier. Just couldn't find. Maybe this one's a bit better.
Hey, I've stopped sharing for you, Lara. I would share like my gold analysis. No, sorry, my Bitcoin dollar analysis
Can you
later on in the
see?
session.
Can you see my chart?
Yes, it
Yeah,
is up.
yeah, I can see.
All right. Well, just following on from what you were just talking about, you know, and a little bit more unrest in the world, such as we need it. So obviously, just looking at the news that came out and how both oil and natural gas have reacted to that news. I think oil's up approximately 15%. So this is the Brent crude chart, and look, that's actually tanked massively since I was looking at this chart, because I was thinking, wow, you know, obviously there's been a huge breakup, but actually, if you look at what's gone on up here, it's come to this really high time frame area of high liquidity here, and it's interacted here with the EMA 200. So it was opportunist, isn't it, really? I do feel like it's just volatility that gets created, and then you just got to kind of look and see what happens. But it's already, just in today, come down hugely, but massive pump on that news, and natural gas, I think, reacting exactly the same. But, you know, this was an area of liquidity that they would have been, you know, particularly interested in getting to, grabbing some of this that's kind of been sat up there. For people that were short in the market since forever. So yeah, interesting one to keep an eye on, but I think the week generally is going to be super interesting for a lot of reasons. So that's the Brent crude chart that I was looking at. Just moving over to the DXY. So I've been talking about that for the last several weeks. Obviously the dollar is so weak right now. Let me just see if I can get rid of some of those. Prices come into this higher time frame area, fair value gap imbalance area, but also this weekly order block. So it's taken out some higher time frame liquidity, and it had a small reaction. So I drop down there, took out this level, and then we had a reaction from that on Friday, but it's coming down again. So I think, obviously, with this being such a high time frame order block, it could come way deeper into that. The Fed's meeting this week, isn't it? I don't think they're expected to do a huge amount different. So I'm not sure what will come of Wednesday, but not a huge amount is expected to come out of that FOMC meeting on Wednesday. So just, again, to wait and see how much weaker this is going to keep, you know, get to. Looking at euro dollar, which I always like to do following on from that, we've got this kind of, we had June opened right the way down here, and we have got a complete cycle on this push up here, and then we had the weakness that correlated with that small bit of strength from the dollar at the end of last week. And then we had this kind of gap that was left, which price has pushed back up into today on euro dollar. Well, since Friday and today back up into euro dollar. This is just starting to look like it could be a complete cycle. So, you know, obviously on the 1 hour, you've got this really nice reversal pattern and then displacement down here, which left this gap. So we're kind of coming up into that. There was an H1 gap, but a more refined gap slightly higher up. If we have a look here, so don't know, we'll have to wait and see, but I don't know, I think with everything that's happening, like you say, and then the FOMC meet this week, plus Thursday's a bank holiday, I think it's Juneteenth, so US markets are not open Thursday, so it's kind of a weird week, I think, with everything that's happening, but we'll see. You know, we're in such an important area up here, for the dollar, and then up here for the euro dollar, with this really high time frame area of supply. So euro's shown some weakness over the last couple of months, so it just remains to be seen actually what happens. But I'll just be keeping my eye out. You know, whether that's the high that's been already put in place for June remains to be seen, really. So just keep our eye on that one. But you know, if there's any sort of sign of weakness through here as the week progresses, I probably would take a small position on that and then just see. how it plays out, and if it looks to follow through, then possibly just, you know, scale in. Looking on pound. Sorry, what was that?
I said it sounds good. Sounds good.
Yeah. So pound has taken out the high close of the month, and that happened. And again, you know, pound is in this really pound dollars in this really interesting area, high time frame. That's a 3-month supply area up there. So super high time frame, institutional area, important area. On GU, we've had this kind of like, on the 8-hour, it's like a triple tap pattern, which is always the kind of the precursor possibly to a reversal. But what I particularly like and noted as well was that we got these, this is the 12-hour chart, so we got these 3 vectors to the high on the 12-hour, taking out June's high. So that's a really kind of a nice sign of potential reversal getting put in place. But I do feel like it's all a little bit early with everything this week. So looking at what happened after that, we've had this breakdown, 4 hours quite bearish, and then we've had a late rally on Friday and Friday trading, breakdown and gap down over the weekend. The news, and then this morning's kind of pushing back up. So again, you know, just waiting to see what all of these are doing. Obviously, euro dollar showed quite a lot more weakness sort of April through May than the pound did. The pound was super strong, but yeah, they're both in super key areas. So to keep an eye on those. Covered oil. This is EuroCAD, and this is one that I'm keeping an eye on for shorts. Right, so let's just take a look at this. So higher time frame charts, we've had this push up all the way up here, and then a huge consolidation all the way through most of last year with a rally up to this area of institutional supply. Taken out quite a lot of nice liquidity up here, and now just lots of wicking on the higher time frame. So I'm just really patiently waiting for something to happen up here. This would be a really nice long-term short bias trade. We had this weakness with a sort of classic push down, and then retracement over several days down here. But then more recently, we got these 3 again on the 12-hour. It just so happens we got these 3 vectors to the high, which took out this higher time frame liquidity on the 12-hour up here, and then we've had a doji reaction and a drop. So personally, for me on here, I'm just going to be keeping my eye on when we do finally get a little bit of momentum to the downside, because I do think that then we could possibly be looking at taking this back down quite a bit further down, really. So that's EuroCAD. What else am I looking at? New Zealand yen. Again, these markets, this market, New Zealand yen, took out this liquidity down here at the start of April, and we've been running up ever since in quite a nice bullish fashion. Wasn't quite sure what would happen here, because this was kind of, well, this is where the final drop sort of originated, which again, I call that the vector candle to the liquidity, and then we got the V-shaped reaction. And so it's kind of stalled and hung around here for a really long time. But actually, I'm looking at this area up here as the overall objective. So I'm feeling like New Zealand yen is pretty bullish, to be honest, and because that area of liquidity has already been taken out. It dropped back. We had an interaction with the EMA 200, and then we've had a massively strong kind of bullish engulfment candle there. So I'm looking at buys on New Zealand yen. In fact, I've got a little position in there already, so we'll see what happens. But with this being the overall objective for this pair. Moving on to New Zealand dollar, kind of similar looking price action from here, but we've been stalling and sort of hanging around up here with this, again, another higher time frame area, supply area. Couple of huge wicks, but I do feel as though this could be, for now anyway, the ultimate destination. We've got this inflection point up here. There are a few gaps a bit higher up, so it could be that we sort of spike through. There's some liquidity here that could get taken, but it lines up nicely with this inflection area. So I'm kind of holding off on this one, waiting for this one to turn. Be looking for some bearish price action over the next few weeks on New Zealand dollar. Pound yen on the weekly. Well, we had that. Well, we know what happened there. Ever since that happened last July, it's kind of been going sideways. But there's been this kind of liquidity that's been left behind. We've sort of touched it come close a couple of times. But personally, I think we've taken out this level down here, interesting order block level down here and gap, and then we've been pushing up ever since. And we've had gaps up and lots of healthy looking bullish candles. So I'm thinking about this being a bullish opportunity just to take price up to this, potentially in the short term being the objective for price, and then we'll see after that. But as you can see, well, it's clear to see it's been in this range, but I kind of feel like once we're getting up here, this is where it wants to go. Australia yen, kind of similar actually. Let me just see if I can minimize my charts. Yeah, so I got my time frame. I've got these marked on because I like to see when price does this kind of closes and breakout for multiple consecutive days, and then you know it's going to potentially revert. Or if you get your first kind of red day after this price action, you can watch out for a reversal, either a reversal or a reversion. But in this case, this pushed it back last week, and then we got this lovely vector all the way down to this area of liquidity and a push up since. So I am higher time frame bullish on Australian yen as well. And so where might we be looking to go? Well, we've got all of this kind of liquidity up there. Oh, that's not from this month, is it? That's from last month, sorry. So that's higher the month there, but we've got lots of high time frame liquidity resting up here. We've had a semi-reaction off the 200 on the daily chart, so we can potentially look to push higher up and take some of this now. But bearing in mind that this is overall hugely bearish, so that you can possibly hold these till you get to kind of some level that makes sense. There's lots of gaps in here, so possibly in the first instance these areas here, and then see what happens. And then finally, I just wanted to talk about DAX. So DAX was already doing this sort of retracement last week, and then the bad news kind of came in and it sort of gapped down, and we had that sort of massive sort of drop down to this area. But this is an area that I was watching because we had the break of structure on a higher time frame that was put in place mid-May, and it left behind on the weekly a gap in here, but that gap was already wicked down to in May. So there's kind of areas of liquidity here and here, but this was an area that I was keeping my eye on to see whether price might push higher for it to get retested and then push higher. This morning there was a nice rally up, and it gapped off this gap, which was the news gap that was created between Thursday and the news, Israel news breaking. So remains to be seen as to whether we can kind of rally from here or whether we're just going to keep going. I mean, on the 4 hour, these two EMAs are starting to squeeze together. So you could find that the price just gets compressed between them and it just tanks. But just keeping an eye on that. I don't think I'd be too confident taking any longs until we're certainly kind of looking like we're much kind of closer up here on the EMA 200 on the 1 hour. So we'd need to see what happens. That is not filling me with masses of confidence. But again, we've got an interesting week upcoming. So as you say, the market's just absorbing everything. And then we've got the Fed meeting this week as well. So yeah, so that's kind of my outlook on things at the moment.
Very nice.
Any questions or thoughts?
Very nice. No, it looks very good. I do think Walter's got a few technical difficulties because he keeps disappearing.
Okay.
So he should be
All
with
right.
us back in a second, hopefully.
Oh, no worries.
But yeah,
Okay.
no,
Okay.
it's
Well,
really good.
I'll take my screens down if that's all right then.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. I'll start presenting mine. But Lara,
Yeah.
if you could give me a shout if Walter does enter and you see in the private. Oh, he's here already. It's fine. Don't worry. There he is. He's back.
Hey guys, sorry, we're just having some connection challenges here. The
No
app
No
keeps.
problem. I'm going to present my screen, but Walter, if you do cut out and you come back in, just leave a message in the private chat, and then Lara can notify me because I won't be able to actually see it once
See
I'm
it.
presenting
No
the
worries
screen.
at all.
All right. Let's get this up. So, can you guys see my screen?
Yeah, very clear.
All good?
Yeah. Cool. So we opened up on the S&P, very bullish. At the time, at the US Open, we had a lot of buyers come in. If I scale back down to the footprint, this was the opening candle. Lots of buy contracts coming in. The depth of market's not really showing me much at this moment in time. I don't see iceberg orders or anything like that. I am overall bullish on it, but we are in an area where I would technically kind of want to short it. So until we actually break this to buy. However, if we do come back down either into this area or to this area, I'll definitely be looking to buy. And the reason I'm kind of bullish is not only the aggression that came in, but if we look at the cumulative delta, when the market opened, so on the US Open, we were 3,100 buy contracts in the deltas to the buyers. And as time is now going on, you can see the cumulative delta is actually dropping. So there's a lot of sellers coming in, but they're not doing any damage to the market. The market's actually still drifting up. So the sellers aren't very effective right now. Doesn't mean that they can't be effective. If they come in with more aggression, then absolutely they can overwhelm the buyers and push the market down. But right now, it's probably better to be on the side of the buyers just because they're more effective at actually moving the market. But we are in a very kind of 50-50 area. I really do want to see it break this area. Ideally, what I would love to see is we break above it, come back, dip in, retest, and then I can buy right there for a nice trade, basically. But we haven't yet broken it. There's quite a bit of a battle going on. In terms of the footprint, it's just basically a ranging market. And the way you can usually tell it's a ranging market is two ways. You can either use the volume profile or three ways. You can either just look at the candles and recognize you're going sideways. So most likely you're in a ranging market. So if you just look at the candles, it's quite clear we've been going sideways. Or you can look at the footprint, and generally speaking, in a ranging market, if you see lots of buy contracts at the top of the candle or at the top of the range, let me just make that a bit thinner. So quite heavy, buyers at the top, and generally more heavy sellers at the bottom, kind of more in the middle, but that's generally you're in a ranging market. People are just getting trapped on either side. Because there's people trying to trade the breakouts. Like here was the last high. As soon as we broke out, huge buyers came in. Finally, okay, we've just broken it. I have to put a pause on that.
Wow,
there they are. Finally, the buyers came in with aggression. So this is why the US Open is always quite hectic. You want to give it a bit of time to let the market, let all the big boys battle it out. Let them, negotiate, figure out what they want to do. Once it becomes clear and evident, okay, we're most likely going to go up. It's going to be quite a bullish day. That's when you want to start looking for the opportunity. jump in. If you just jump in based on the US Open, very easily get trapped, and you do not want to be trapped. So okay, we have broken it, which is very good. Now, what I'm looking for on the volume profile is some kind of gap. I like to trade kind of gaps in volume, low volume nodes. High volume nodes is usually a ranging market, just because that's where the market spent a lot of time. You're going to have a lot of transactions. People see that as fair price, so it's generally going to be quite choppy and busy. Low volume is unfair, so it's kind of like a fair. It's kind of like people don't like to trade in the low volume, so generally price reacts very quickly in the low volume areas. So once you have the direction determined, so I'm pretty confident we'll be bullish. I'm not seeing any buyers trapped at the bottom. We are seeing, those are the heavy buyers here. If we dip back into that and they start defending it, I will definitely be looking at entering a buy position if this platform would load. There we go. So
is that your volume profile you've got on there, Sam?
If we dip a little bit lower, we're still quite near the top. I want it just to come back a little bit. Yeah, so the volume profile is this one here.
Yeah.
With all the bars on the left.
Yeah.
And then this is the delta profile of each individual candle. So it just gives me the difference between the buyers and sellers. So we are starting to dip back in. Now I'm going to be looking at the depth of market as well, see if there's any large contracts, any iceberg orders. I kind of want to dip just a little back in and see a bit of a rejection, buyers come in, and then I'll be happy to enter. And I can have a very nice tight stop loss. Come on, a little bit more. Come on, drop down just a little bit more. The most annoying thing is when you get so close to your entry or where you want to enter and it just shoots off and you miss it. But you can't have FOMO. You have to stick to your guns. Yeah. Come on, just a little bit more. A little bit more. Don't go up. Don't go up. Go down. Go down. Ah, come on.
So if it doesn't come down to your optimum entry, yeah, you feel like you're chasing it.
Let me check on the other. Yeah, I mean, technically I could have jumped in, but I like to. I mean, just because I don't know, it's how I trade. If it doesn't, because if I'm wrong, then my stop loss will have to be bigger.
Yeah.
It almost touched the area. I mean, how many points is that? I'm not going to do the math, but hardly any points. Yeah, and you can see here the institutional activity. Look how all these contracts, the deltas, the same 219, 219, 219, 21. That is a big order just being executed, wiping out all the sell limits, taking them all out. I mean, it did dip into it. I guess I could have, but I'm still going to hold off. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait for the optimal entry. There's no point jumping in now. I really do want to see it come down a little bit more, and then I'll be happy to enter.
Yeah.
Ah, there's a gap created now. Beautiful. Okay, we've got a gap created. That's great. Now that gap is there.
The gap on the 15-minute was created.
Okay, it did dip into that gap, annoyingly. I'll have a bit of a higher stop loss because I do think it's going to go. Ah, sugar cubes, it's gone. All right, I've missed it. I was a little bit too late. Never mind. I'm too long to kind of recreate, but I missed it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll explain anyway. I'll explain what occurred. So on the volume profile, I'm looking for these gaps to be created. There was that gap created. There's another one that's just created now.
What makes that a gap? Sorry.
Quite good.
On your volume profile, how are you determining
in a trending market? What you'll see is it will break through the gap, come back. Sorry, say that again.
Sorry, I think there's a bit of a lag. I'm probably messing with the flow of this. how are you determining on looking at the volume profile that that's a gap? I mean, yeah, I know how to look at that on a normal candle, but on the volume profile, how are you saying that that's a gap? Because it's missing the gray?
It's no. So it's just literally a drop in volume, right? So if, for example, so you can see how this volume node is quite big. This one is like a drop in volume. So essentially, it just means that the market pushed up and never really traded much in that area. So it's kind of like a gap. And you can even usually scale down. So if I up the row size, you can see exactly generally where the exact area of price is. So you can see it really right here is where the volume dropped off. So if I draw a line just there, right, and there as well is where it dropped off. And now go into the market, you can see, all right, I just missed it again, but it dipped, literally touched the line, and now it's shooting off. And same thing again, went into it and shot off. And that only works so in a trending market, right? If it's a ranging market, that will never work. So you have to use that in context, right? If it's a ranging market, do not rely on just gaps, because it's just going to blow right through them like nothing.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But in a trending market, it's really nice.
I've used SVP. I mean, I use session volume profile quite a bit. DAX seems to like it and respect it. But I've usually used it in a ranging market to target the POC, the point of control. And also you can do value area rejection.
Yep.
So if it's just leaving the whole, so you can pick your value area, top and bottoms. And then if it's going to accept it, usually I think there's something like some quoted like 80% chance it would rotate all the way through to the other side of the value area, but I think actually in reality it's a little bit lower than that. But yeah, so I've used it like that.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see how you're using it with gaps.
Yeah, because what I found just from my own kind of analysis and years of trading is a lot of people like to go to the heavy volume, but the heavy volume essentially it's only heavy volume because a lot of trades took place there, right? And if a lot of trades are taking place, there's generally more of a balance in the market. And when there's a balanced market, you get, well, price doesn't really go anywhere, it just kind of goes sideways. So you end up kind of ranging. But it will stop price as well. So if you are in a current position, so targeting like the point of control as a take profit level is perfect, because if it hits the previous day's point of control, there's a very high chance it will just stop and it will move sideways for a bit, might even reject a bit, but it won't just plow right through. So
that was one of my first
entries. I like to kind of find an area.
Nope. It was one of my first ever strategies, was targeting the point of control on using DAX. And go on.
Sorry, no, I just think there's a lag, a few seconds.
There is. But DAX, well, they probably all do, but certainly I remember when I first started trading, that first August, where DAX just tends to go sideways. And it just gave me a sort of sense of security, like, oh, this trading thing's super easy. You just target the point of control, and it's super easy. But then, once the markets start moving in September or sort of October, you've got to totally adapt your strategy, and suddenly it's like, okay, that only works in a ranging market. There's a lesson. So it's interesting to see how it can be used in different ways. Looks like we've lost Walter.
You're breaking up. I can barely hear you, Lara.
Okay, sorry. No, I was just saying.
Oh, it's Walter gone. Yeah, I think there are some connection issues because.
Walter, please let Sam know I'm back on. Okay.
I'll add Walter back.
So I've been hearing your conversation. I've been back for a while, but I don't think you saw the message.
Sorry about that, Walter.
It's all good.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all good, guys. But yeah, now like connection should be stable now. But I heard everything you guys were
have a
talking
potential trade.
about.
If we just dip a little bit lower, I'll be happy to enter. This market is very bullish right now. And this is another issue. When the market is very powerful in one direction, it can sometimes you just don't get enough of a pullback for you to enter. Because I hate entering too high or too low. I like we got so close to this gap, and it's already pulling away.
Yeah, well, sometimes you can get very sharp.
I mean, it's a cycle. It happens every 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, well, sometimes you can get very sharp pullbacks, where price can sort of like pull within a very short space of time into your area of interest. Like it's never good to like chase the market when it's pumping in a direction. Like being patient sometimes can pay off in those cases.
Yeah, no, I agree. Never chase it, especially when there's a lot of momentum, because sometimes it can reverse very quickly as well. In terms of where I would expect some kind of stop, truth be told, we're kind of in no man's land a little bit right now. So this big blue area, I do think it will come back and retest it. And the only reason I ever put this down was because again, it was a gap on a higher time frame if it would load. Give it a second. There we go. So you can just really see where the volume dropped off right here. So I had that area on the chart for a long time. We already did touch it last week, and that sparked off this kind of pushback. And now we've finally broken through it. So on the higher time frame, I am expecting it to come back. Maybe a bit later today, it come back into here, and then the real big bullish move, probably for the next day or two, will occur. So, but in the immediate, like very short time frame, it creates loads of these smaller ones which you can trade. Now, in terms of where will it stop, I truly can tell you. I've got nothing to the left of me of recent price action where I can tell you this market might just stop. So
what about on the higher time frame?
If there's a lot of volume built up at the top. So 300 contracts in one area, it's not huge, but it is quite a bit to potentially start showing a sign that maybe people are chasing the market, but I don't think that's big enough yet. I'm looking also at the delta percent a little bit more. We still have opportunity for it to go up a bit more before an actual proper retracement occurs. But there will be at some point a nice proper retracement. You just sometimes have to sit on your hands and wait. It is what it is. Sometimes you miss it.
Yeah.
I do see that 400 at the top there. Okay, so this is getting a bit more. Let me check on the 5 minutes. Sometimes on the footprint, you can see more on different time frames. Okay, so that's looking. Yeah, no, I don't think it's going to stop just yet. But I'm really looking for like heavy buy volume right at the tip of a candle. Okay, so if I see like 700 is quite heavy, but it could be bigger. I mean, at least over 1,000. I mean, you got 1,600 that started the push up. A lot of these, so that 1,000 you see on the sell side here, that's not sellers entering. Those are these buyers most likely getting the hell out, taking their profit. So you also have to look at the market in terms of what is actually going on. So we had the US Open. If I go back a bit, we had a lot of buyers entering, right? A US Open. Sellers also entering, trying to battle it out. Sellers eventually lost. more buyers as soon as the sellers it went above. The sellers, a lot of those sellers then would have exited their position. They probably had their stops up here. So a lot of these buyers would be fresh buyers, but also these sellers getting stopped out, exiting the market. That was enough momentum to release a lot of pressure on the market. There's no more sell pressure. Market shoots up quite nicely. Previous buyers who did enter are now taking their money out the market, taking some partial profits, maybe, you know, pulling out a bit of their money. But we haven't really had major sell kind of pressure come in. So I don't think yet the market's going to reverse yet. And when I say a reverse, I mean more of a retracement. I don't think there's really going to be much of a pushback just yet. We still have buyers entering at pretty much every level. Every time it gets quite low to lower down, you're seeing fresh buyers entering. Probably some people taking profit, but there's nothing at the moment like, whoa, you know, big numbers or anything major happening. So yeah, just got to wait it out, and hopefully there's a bit of a retracement. We can jump in then. I won't really want to trade the retracement, but you can if you're a bit risky for a quick scalp. Just be aware that, you know, get out at the first sign.
Okay, that's gonna be too risky.
Yeah,
way too risky.
Yeah, like you can do it with the footprint, but it is you're just upping your risk for no reason really. It's better just to wait, be a bit more patient, wait for a bit of a pullback, and then jump in at a better price. But, yeah, I'll set alerts to areas where I expect something will happen. Okay, we're starting to see a bit bigger numbers now coming in on the sell side. It's looking a bit more interesting. But do they follow through? That is the question. Because it's never just about the numbers. It's about, are they actually effective? You know, you can see huge numbers sometimes appear, but just nothing, does nothing. And you got to think to yourself, right, if there's 2,000 contracts traded, sold, but the market barely moved, how many more thousands is it going to take for the market to actually push down? And do you really want to be part of that? Do you really want to sell against, you know, on the losing side? Probably not a good idea. So, and the best way to see that is, I would say cumulative delta is quite good. We saw the cumulative delta is now starting to rise again. So it was at 2,000 here, and now it's jumped up to 4,000 on that, and it's at 4, and it's kind of just 4 to 5,000. Again, sellers are not really making much of an impact in the market. I think most of the red you're seeing are buyers exiting, taking profit. There's no real, I don't think anyone is really trying to sell the market right now, right this second, until there's a bit more confirmation.
Really bullish.
So yeah, we just got to let that cycle end. Let the buyers exit their positions, release a lot of pressure, then the market kind of resets again, and then you can trade the next move. But once you miss it, you miss it. There's no point now jumping in for a buy, trying to, because most, if you're seeing a lot of buyers already exiting, it's too late. Like the move has already happened in the short term. So, but yeah, that's pretty much it from my end for now.
Sam, can I ask you a question about that day?
Oh, why am I so zoomed in?
Hello? Oh yeah, you're zoomed.
It's like zoom out. Yeah.
Technology, technology, that's what it is.
Yeah, I must have moved my hand and it.
Oh, stop moving your hands! You're making it move again.
That delta information, is that data provided by CME, and is that a subscription?
Yeah, that's the CME data. So technically, what I'm trading is the futures, but then you can also execute it on a CFD platform like Hola Prime. Because the chart wise they're the same. It's just with the futures you get the contract data. So yeah,
you get the numbers.
Just makes it a little bit more clearer.
Okay.
Yeah. But you could use tick
data.
Updates,
by the way.
Oh yeah, please go on.
No, sorry, carry on, Nana. Finish this sentence.
You could use tick data. It's a bit less accurate, but it might give you, if you're not using any of it at all, it might give you just a little bit more, I don't know, clarity in certain times. But generally speaking, if you can get the CME data, use the CME data. It's probably best. Yeah. Sorry, go on, Walter.
Awesome. No, so yes, I just wanted to, because there's been some nice dev on gold, and also like I just wanted to touch on a few things with regards to Bitcoin as well. I'm just sharing my screen now. Just let me know when you can see it. There you go. Can you see it?
Yep.
Yes.
Perfect. How's my audio, by the way? Can you guys hear me loud and clear?
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah.
Awesome. As you can see, I mean, take a look and see what happened, right? Gold went ahead and sort of made the move without us. So just like what I was talking about earlier. So I was anticipating that move to the downside, but what I was anticipating was for price to essentially trade back into that sort of 30 minutes bearish order block. And then from there, I was looking to sort of take that continuation trade from the block. But of course, that block was retested at around sort of like 6, 7 a.m. New York time. And something I've noticed with gold is like there are times when, especially if you want to trade gold in New York session, like the best time to trade gold is usually the first 3 hours of the market open. So for me in Asia, like I tend to look at gold from 7 a.m. my time up until, sort of like 10 a.m. And then my maximum cutoff is 11 a.m. And then for the London Open, I usually trade it from like 7 a.m. in the morning, European session, up until around 10 a.m. London. So New York is pretty much the same thing. Like the sweet spot for gold is usually like that 7 a.m. New York time to 10, 11 a.m. New York. So that's usually when you see stuff like this, where the market sort of like retests a high volume area. And then you see that, and then that's sort of like your optimal entry point. And again, like, yes, during the stock market open later on, yes, price could potentially come up to retest that high volume area, but that's not a guaranteed event that will happen. So from this point onwards, right, the best thing to do is to wait for the next move, because the move has already happened. The move, like I said, that was meant to happen today was the reversal. That reversal was imminent, right? After Thursday and Friday's bullish price action, it was like almost inevitable that we were going to see some sort of correction today. So now what I'm waiting for is essentially for the price to take out this daily sell side target, because it will eventually take out that daily low, that daily imbalance. And then from there, let's say tomorrow session, so obviously the new session being Asia morning, we have seen price taking out that daily sell side. Then what I'll be looking for tomorrow is an opportunity to be a buyer in the market, because I am going to be looking to buy back to that. So that's that for so I'd say like right now the move has already happened. Anything else beyond this would be sort of like chasing the wind for something that it wouldn't deliver. Now, in regards to Bitcoin, now I'm excited for this one because I've been very bullish on this since last week. Last week Friday. It was when I was kind of like telling everyone to be like, okay, if you're looking to buy more Bitcoin, like now is the time to buy. Even got my girlfriend to buy some more Bitcoin as well, because she was like, should I buy more now? I was like, yes, good price, buy. So because the price was in a very key area, so I'm just gonna like talk about like the general ideal of what I see Bitcoin doing over the next few days. So right now, this is like a very classic break retest formation that's taking place on Bitcoin right now, where we've seen obviously the market has broken out of this initial daily range, retested that range. And then from here, essentially what I'm anticipating is for the market to deliver back this recent high that was created last week, Monday. So this high was created at around $110,725. And also what the market created was relative equal highs. Now, as I've mentioned various times in the past, relative equal highs, relative equal lows, very important fingerprint of liquidity pools. So it's a very, very high likelihood. We've seen obviously a lot of buy side pool generated at this high, with obviously traders number one anticipating a rejection. So maybe they'll have been selling, position the stop losses above this high, Also, traders anticipating a break out of this high, maybe positioning buy stops above this high. So there's a lot of liquidity sitting above this high. So what I'm anticipating is, now that we've seen this very, very aggressive pullback into this initial range, as long as we see a strong follow through, meaning the end of today's daily candle potentially closing bullish, we are likely going to see price trade back above this high. And if we do see a very strong break above these equal highs, then very, very likely Bitcoin will take out the all-time high of 112, and we could potentially see a higher high thereafter. So that's why longer time frame, things are very, very primed for a bullish drive over the next few days. And then taking a look at this again on like the 30 and the 15 minutes time frame. It's followed that sort of cycle beautifully. Even this morning, we saw like that sort of partial reversal that the market gave on the 30 minutes time frame break of structure, left an unmitigated zone down here, which I've marked out in case, let's say tomorrow is Christmas and price drops down and delivers an amazing opportunity to add on some good positions there, then fantastic. But I just out just in case price does. It's a very key price point if price were to pull back. But right now, what we've seen is market has completed this bullish cycle. It's given a partial reversal and is now given a new break of market structure to the upside. And if we take a look at the 15 minutes time frame, it's pretty much exactly the same thing. We've seen a full bullish cycle to the upside that has started on Sunday evening, and then we saw that follow through into today, and it's obviously delivered high in the London session. And then thereafter, we've seen obviously prices pull back, given that partial reversal. And now we've seen a new break to the upside. So with this being the initial high and then the secondary high that was created right here. Okay. And now obviously what I'm anticipating from this point onwards is a bullish continuation. So this is the trade setup actually that is now primed to happen in New York today. So it's a very classic trade that I take all the time, right? So I wait for the market to obviously trade into a key area of liquidity, give a new break to the upside, which is already done. Now, the next point is waiting for a swing high to form. So the swing high hasn't formed yet, right? So it will form at the close of this next candle within the next, let's say, 12 minutes, okay? So at the close of this 15 minutes candle, right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to place, and I'm going to do it live, I'm going to place a pending order long position at the bullish order block. Stop loss goes below the low, right? And again, this is a very simple trade. Of course, I could choose to take this trade all the way up to that daily buy side high. But again, there is a difference between being an investor where you hold positions long term, and for me being a day trader where I'm simply looking to capitalize off order flow over a series of move, right? So the next on the 1 hour time frame, the next major draw on liquidity is this high, right? You can see that this is the high that was created prior to the aggressive run on sell side liquidity that took place on Thursday. So we can anticipate that above this high is a major buy side pull. So therefore, what I'm anticipating is obviously the market to give a very strong drive towards its prior high. You could see some sort of a rejection there, right? And then maybe tomorrow morning, if the market delivers a new trade opportunity, then I'll be looking to capitalize off that long towards the daily high. So I like to take my trade piecemeal at a time. Now, so this is how the trade. So of course, stop below the low, and my target is going to be that H1 BST. And the risk reward towards that H1 BST is pretty good. For me, it's a 1 to 4 risk reward. I typically risk 1% per trade. So that's a 4% gain if this were to obviously take out that target. Very confident about this trade. So what I'm going to do again, I'm just going to wait for that final confirmation in 11 minutes when this candle closes, and then I'm going to like execute on this pending order live. So that was the update that I had on Bitcoin. So super bullish on this. I do see a big move about to happen within sort of the New York session today. Did you guys have sort of any addition on this or any sort of extra input that you wanted to add?
I'll be honest with you, Walter. When it comes to Bitcoin, I have no clue. I am terrified of Bitcoin. I'm terrified of gold. I don't know how you trade them.
It moves exactly like SPX. Actually, no, that's a lie. It's just as volatile as SPX, just a little bit more, you know. So it's like the way I see it, like indices, gold, and Bitcoin are all part of the same family. Indices is the more mature one out of the families. She's the more well-behaved one. Gold is a little bit more like that sort of like middle sibling that can get away with anything, and no one really cares. And then Bitcoin is that spoiled younger sibling that thinks they can do whatever the hell they want, right? And people are still going to love them anyways. And that's how Bitcoin is. People still love Bitcoin, even though they've lost a lot of money with it from buying 4 years ago and getting out when price looks like it's dumping, only for it to go back up again. But still, people buy, people love it. So, so they're all part of the same family.
That analogy was spot on.
So you don't see Bitcoin react, or do you, to the sort of the geopolitical updates and things that we've been seeing? How does Bitcoin, compared with, say, gold, react to that type of thing?
Today was, so in all honesty, there was actually no reaction today. The markets still moved exactly as I anticipated for it to move last week. Like the only thing that happened today that was, I would say, maybe out of the norm was not norm, but that was a bit like, oh, okay, what's happening is during the market session open today, we saw this very aggressive move to the upside. But again, that was just a completion of this initial bullish cycle that was taking place on the 30 minutes. So it wasn't out of the ordinary. It wasn't out of expectation because afterwards price put back down. So the market had already essentially absorbed whatever was going to happen geopolitically last week. So with gold, again, nothing out of the norm happened. And then with Bitcoin, it's the same. Like nothing out of the norm happened. Again, like, I mean, I did anticipate this move to take place sort of over the weekend. So Bitcoin was relatively quiet over the weekend. You know, I did anticipate a bigger move. But Bitcoin doesn't really track geopolitical situations in the way that it did at the start of this year. So if you remember the start of this year, you know, Bitcoin was incredibly volatile based on whatever Trump was tweeting, was putting out on Truth Social, with whatever the American was doing. So obviously, like there was the Bitcoin, the crypto summit that took place in the States, and Bitcoin was super volatile around that. So like there were some events at the time that Bitcoin was being volatile around, but it did even out over time, and it just became, and I think the reason for that is because there's just a lot of institutional liquidity in Bitcoin right now that it doesn't, because remember, like the reason why some crypto markets are volatile is because there's a lot of amateur investors, and amateur investors tend to react very strongly on emotions. So like if you look at some of like the smaller cap altcoins that are held by a bunch of obviously like tech guys, a bunch of nerds, a bunch of 15, 25-year-old crypto millionaires, and all of a sudden they see something bad happen and their initial instinct is to sell it all, to dump the market, right? And then that creates volatility. But institutional investors do not behave like that. You know, they understand that yes, price is going to be volatile, information is going to be absorbed. They know how to hold over like stronger short-term periods. And that's why like Bitcoin has a lot more stability now because there's a lot more sophisticated investors involved in the move, like in the movement of price action. So yeah. So anyway, so just in short, no, it doesn't track geopolitical events in the same way that other assets might do. Again, it just kind of does it just does its own thing. Like there was a point where it was moving in the opposite direction to gold, and people were thinking that, all right, so Bitcoin isn't going to be that safe haven that people thought it was going to be. And then after that, recently it started tracking gold. So it actually started moving in line with gold. And the people are like, oh, it's now becoming the safe haven. And now it's just like, so it kind of does its own thing, and at some point it will track the dollar. At some point it's like, I don't care about the dollar. I'm just going to do what I want to do. At some point it tracks gold. At some point it tracks the stock market, which it did a few months back. And then after that, it's just like, I'm just going to do my own thing. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what scares me about Bitcoin and gold is that, like you said, they move very, they move similar to the indices, probably a bit more not erratic, but just a bit more volatile.
Yeah.
But I have no kind of clear time when it comes to like, especially Bitcoin, right? Like with the S&P or any of the indices, I know US Open 9:30
Yeah.
US time. That's where it's going to kick off, right? So I
Window,
know,
yeah.
give it 10, 20 minutes, let it figure itself out, and then something will present itself. Bitcoin, I don't know.
And I
when
know that
time
that's
is.
why, yeah, and I know that's why a lot of traders choose to trade the SP 500 and, of course, just generally indices, because they know that it moves during New York Open, like especially the first 3 hours. But the same rule applies to gold and Bitcoin. It moves within the first 3 hours of London and the first 3 hours of Asia. So, like, unlike the SP, which doesn't give me flexibility, where I predominantly am more active in Asia and London, and then like with if I were to trade, for example, indices, then it would mean that most of my activity would take place in the New York session, which is nighttime for me. It doesn't give me that flexibility. Whereas with gold, but at the same time, it depends on what is active and when. Like, I wouldn't trade pound dollar in Asia just because I want to trade pound dollar in Asia, because pound dollar doesn't really do much in Asia session. A lot of its activity tends to be during the first 3 hours of London Open. Whereas gold, on the other hand, it tends to be very active during Asia and London. So, like, if you look at my chart and if you look at the times when gold has made a lot of its major moves, like if you were like for example, the perfect time to have sold was literally the first 3 hours of Asia Open today within this imbalance. That's the perfect opportunity. Anything after that, you're just trying to catch up, right? You're just trying to, like, if you, let's say you were trading in London, you would have missed a big move. You trade in New York, you would have missed a bigger move. And the same thing even on Thursday, going in on Friday, you know, like that low was created in Asia session, and then the market gave that rally. And then after that, you know, you're just playing catch up. You're just trading within an accumulative range in London and New York. You know, same thing the day before. The bigger move, the entry opportunities to the shorts, which I took happened in Asia. And then the short happened in London Open. And then after that, there was a correction that took place in London going into the New York session. And if you were trading New York this day, again, you will have been trading somewhere up here. So you will have just been trading the choppy market. So I find that the dynamics of gold has changed within the past 2 years. Like, it wasn't always like this. Like 3 years ago, gold was super active in New York Open. But within a 2 years, a lot of the action now takes place in Asia and London. New York, you're literally just trading the follow through of whatever has happened already with, you know, within Asia and London. And the same thing with Bitcoin. Bitcoin isn't, I know people like to think that Bitcoin can move anytime. It used to be like that before the ETF launch that happened last year. It used to be very all over the place. But after the ETF launch, after a lot of institutional traders got involved, after a lot of short-term trading activity started taking place on Bitcoin, it now moves in a way that is very similar to the stock markets and to other currencies. The first 3 hours of New York Open, the first 3 hours of London Open, and the first 3 hours of Asia Open, those are usually when you're going to find good entry opportunities for day trading, for day trading activities. So, like, you don't need to be like looking at Bitcoin 24/7 for a trade, right? All you need to do is treat it like everything else. You just look for opportunity within the first 3 to 4 hours of market open. If you don't find anything, like with SPX, that's your day done. You move on. You look for something else.
Walter, can I ask you a question?
Go for it.
So gold moves a lot in Asia nowadays. As you said, that's changed over the last couple of years. Are all the precious metals the same? So if you were going to try and trade, let's say, silver or platinum, is that the same? That you could find good moves in the Asia session?
It's a good question, but it's something where I don't trade silver. I don't trade other commodities like silver. I don't trade platinum either. I do not actively monitor those markets, so I don't have an intimate relationship with them where I sort of know what the in and outs are. But there is a reason why gold has moved more in Asia and London. I don't know if that same dynamic applies to platinum and silver. Right.
Okay. Yeah. I hear you.
Interesting.
But will be interesting to see, because there was a point where I sort of looked for correlation between gold and silver, and I tried to trade correlated moves between the both of them. But they don't move in the same way. I find silver was more active, sort of moving towards London and New York session. So, like, for example, it might give a setup in Asia, but it doesn't move until like later in the day. Whereas gold gives a setup in Asia, it moves within a few hours. So I found that was a lot more consistent in terms of that Asia and London period as opposed to anything else.
Interesting. Yeah. Oh, that's really awesome. Didn't know that. There's nothing really on my end, but I am starting to see the first signs of potentially a retracement occurring.
How are you?
If I really quick, I'll just show what I'm talking about. Oops, moved the wrong one. There we go. So the first sign that I spot is this 1,780 contracts on the delta, another 800. Lots of buy pressure coming in again, fresh buy pressure, but we haven't actually really moved much, right? When you compare it to earlier when that buy pressure came, it started to move. So the original buyers who got in, they're pretty much all out the market. A lot of them got out here. A huge chunk got out here. You can see that 2,750 got out. New buyers started entering, but it's slowly just not having the same impact. So it's starting to look like if you were to buy now, you're going to need a lot more other buyers piling on the pressure to keep pushing the market up. So the market's slowly starting to fade off now. Two things could happen. You could either get a massive influx of new buyers come in and keep pushing the market up. That's possible. We could start ranging for a bit as buyers and sellers start equaling themselves out, or if more and more buyers, if these buyers start exiting and realizing, look, the market's not going to push up, I'm just going to get out the market and release a lot of the pressure. The market will start slowly sinking down and it will be a retracement. It doesn't necessarily mean more sellers will be entering. It just means a lot of current buyers are exiting the market. And then we could go back down retracement. And then whenever we get to a price point that fresh buyers will say, hey, this looks like a good time to buy. And those fresh buyers come in and the new pressure comes in. That's where your next opportunity to buy the market. And it's essentially just the standard. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, it is still pushing up a bit. It's just slowed down a bit. It's not really. You can see that in the candles itself, But despite having quite large contracts, more buyers are coming in now. You can see them starting to come in. And you can also see where people on the depth of market, where these buyers want to get out the market. So you can quite literally see their take profit orders. You see that 140 at the high of the day. That's someone, that's a take profit right there, and that's someone about to be very happy when that gets hit. They made their money for the day. But you can also see, where other buyers actually want to enter. Buy limits. I don't think that sellers take profit. That wouldn't make any sense in this context. So that is actually, or it could be people spoofing the market. That's another thing that happens. Sometimes you see large contracts in the depth of market. That's spoofing. It is technically illegal, but it happens a lot. And that's just to kind of give the illusion that there's a lot of, interested buyers right now or interested sellers, when in reality there isn't. And they never actually let the orders get executed. They just place large pending orders so they appear. The moment price gets to it, they cancel it. And that's just to kind of mess with people's minds and get them to, think that there's demand or supply or whatever. But yeah, still got to wait, unfortunately. Still waiting for that retracement.
Walter,
it will happen.
To gold
I don't think it will happen in the next 10 minutes, sadly. But close enough.
Lara, so you asked the question?
Oh,
the question to you was,
okay.
Will you be switching over to gold futures at some point?
Oh, yes. So I'm actually secretly looking into trading gold futures because there is definitely an opportunity there. It tracks the spot market in the same way.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's something
and
I'm just like on the side. Sorry?
And no spreads.
Exactly, and no spread. So yeah, so that's something I'm like sort of on the side working on.
Yeah. Yeah.
As a trader, you can never get too comfortable on just like one thing. Of course, it's good to stick to one thing and choose and master that first, and then after that you can diversify. By the way, Bitcoin is also misbehaving today.
Oh, so that's the gold futures chart, right? Isn't it?
Yeah, it tracks price in exactly the same way. Yeah, same way.
Yeah,
I'm sure. Like
just having a look
if
at
you look at this,
the delta. Sorry, the footprint.
Be careful, you might.
I think it's my connection as well. It's very slow. Oh wow. See, I have to get used to the numbers now because I'm so used to like the S&P numbers. I'm looking at these and I'm like, it doesn't make any sense to me. What is big in context to gold? But I mean, 300 seems quite big because we've got relatively the numbers are quite small. The US Open, actually, you're right, it really did react.
Wow.
Yeah, no, honestly, it's like I can't figure it out. It's really hard to figure out. I don't know why.
It's a very I mean, you just need to get used
when you
to
get
the
so used to
the order
one
flow.
instrument, looking at something else, and like
it just becomes I get that, but I think that's a good problem to have as well. Like you really should know it one instrument inside.
Yeah.
That feels better for you, Sam. It's a bit more comfortable.
But it's funny, even like the NASDAQ, for example, I don't like trading it, even though it moves pretty much identical to the S&P. Just the numbers just don't make sense to me that easily.
Numbers are different.
The spread of numbers on the S&P I quite like, because anything over 1,000 is just in my head, oh, take note, But yeah, we're starting to see people exiting. There will be a retracement soon, I think. It's just probably not right now. Or happen probably in the next hour. I think there'll be a retracement, and then the opportunity will occur. But you can slowly see those numbers getting all red and getting a bit bigger now as people and the sellers seem to actually be doing a bit more damage than the buyers. They haven't really been able to push the market up. Sellers, on the other hand, are actually much more effective. And that's not new sellers. That's 100% people just exiting. That's these buyers here saying, nah, it's not happening. They're all getting out. They realize that they bought too high up. And the market's just going to drift off a bit. And that's pretty much it.
Oh, okay. This is good.
Awesome. Should we have a look at some comments?
Yeah.
Go on, Walter.
So Bitcoin has just decided to leave us behind. They're just running towards that sort of H1 high. But yeah, so the general idea is this, right? So now the market will form that swing high at some point. But you want to go always for the most recent block that forms. This is the most recent block that forms now. So again, after that swing high forms, general idea is you want to buy from here, stop goes below the low. And again, you're still aiming for that H1 high. Or if you want to hold this, like with something like this, you could easily have an intraday position towards that daily buy side target as well, because price could over time, over the next few days, will eventually make it to that daily high. As for gold, I just realized there is actually another opportunity to follow through on this move to the downside, because this may or may not trigger itself. But now that the market has given a new break of structure to the downside on the 15-minute time frame, so my follow through on this trade again, it's very classic. It's like, again, that most recent block that formed, and I'm just looking to sell from there, right? So pending order there, stop goes above the high, right there, and then again, target is, so there's two different targets in this range. First is that daily low, but what's below that daily low, 800 EMA. And I love to see confluence like this. Daily low, 800 EMA, previous previously unmitigated low. So it was like a series of equal lows down here. So, and especially as the market came very close to the daily, pulled back. Just imagine it like, you just like shot a machine gun, you've used up all the bullet, and now you have to reload. And I do see the market sort of like reloading for that next move. And I do see the next move being a very aggressive move below this daily low into that 800 EMA below. So if the pullback is nice and aggressive into that order block, this would be, again, just a really, really good opportunity to take a continuation trade into that 800. And for Bitcoin, now it's just a waiting game, just waiting for price to slow down and form that swing high. But yeah, so that's what I'm seeing now on gold actually. So now there's now a window of opportunity to trade a bearish continuation on the 15 minutes. That 30 minutes move has already taken place. So the market has already retested that block on the 30 minutes and shifted away from there. So now next is 15.
Very nice.
It's like tracking. It's why just like the 13 and the 30 and the 15 alone can keep you very busy because they're very fractal. They follow each other. They pretty much do the same thing. And it's just about identifying, okay, the 30 has happened, 15 next. 15 has happened, 30 next. And then my 1 and 4, I just use that to identify target levels to take profit. Daily just helps me to identify what the next move could be over the next few days. So right now with this, I see the next big move is towards this daily low, this daily imbalance. And then from that imbalance, after price takes it out, the next big move is going to be towards the daily high. So that's just what I use the daily for, to let me know where that next big move is taking place.
Yeah, makes sense.
Hmm.
Oh, that's really cool.
Very good.
I'm always fascinated. I'm fascinated with gold. Like, I have such huge respect for anyone who can trade gold properly because I think gold is probably one of the hardest instruments to trade, honestly.
100%, 100%. It took a while to get a feel of it and to really understand especially the price action and the liquidity flow. But once you get it, because I used to trade pound dollar, euro dollar predominantly, and then before pound dollar, euro dollar, I used to trade pretty much all the pound and euro crosses. So over time, I sort of dropped down to 1 or 2, but I found the order flow and the liquidity flow for gold to be actually easier to read than pound dollar and euro dollar. So that's why over time I slowly gravitated towards gold, and it just essentially became second nature to read it.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, it's it respects levels really, really well. It's super liquid. It respects levels very, very well. And I just find it a lot easier to follow, especially within Asia and London as well. But yeah, and also like another thing is it depends on the type of market you like to trade. Like Sam, I reckon I don't know, I get a feeling you prefer to trade trending markets, whereas for me personally, I like to trade ranging markets. And gold spends 80% of the time trading in a range. So it's easy to sort of anticipate, like in this case, right? Like what I said at the start of the session, where if gold was pretty much in a range, like in this accumulatory range, right? And then I mentioned at the start of the session, we could get a break outside of that range. And then obviously a very, very straightforward, no-brainer move will be to trade a retest continuation of that breakout, right? So this is something that happens a lot on gold, right? Where price moves in a range, it takes out the high, takes out the low, it breaks, and then it will perfectly retest and then continue from there. And I found that with euro dollar, pound dollar, although yes, you do get ranges that form, but as of recent dates, pound dollar and euro dollar has been moving in just one direction, which is upwards. So it tends to spend very little time ranging and more time trending in a bullish way. So for me, that's very hard to trade. I think it's like finding a market that actually is more catered to your personality and your preference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it would depend. I mean, for sure, that would be the day trader. But if you're a swing trader, you're probably going to want to look for trending markets as well, aren't you?
Exactly. Absolutely.
So,
yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Wow, it's been a very good session. Learned a lot. But yeah, I'll definitely be looking at a few other instruments as well, because there are those days where you miss the trade and then you're kind of just sitting around. You think, what if there's something else I could trade?
Well,
Yeah,
Sam, when you're not sitting around, what else could you do with your time? You know, that's an opportunity to
how
touch
about
grass.
journal?
You know, get away from the screen.
True, true. Well, I like to spend, no more than 2-3 hours at the charts per day. If I'm spending
Yeah.
more, honestly, like especially scalping, you'll get a migraine just all the numbers, and it's too much. So
Yeah.
yeah. But guys, that is time. Walter, Lara, it's been an absolute pleasure being in a session with you guys.
Absolutely.
It's been really interesting.
Absolutely.
And fingers crossed I'll be in another session with you guys soon. But yeah, have a good one.
Thank
Have a great trading day. And
Take
we'll
care.
catch up soon.
See you
Take care,
soon.
guys.
Have a good one, guys. Have a good one,
Bye.
everyone watching. Okay. All the best.
Bye.
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 And to all the viewers, we are coming up next. Stay tuned because there will be Paul and Igor. They'll be up next. Paul will be diving into all the cryptos, Igor with all the currency pairs. And Jannie as well, with the NASDAQ. So stay tuned. We'll be live back, or we'll be coming back soon. Take care, guys.
Hello, Paul.
Hi, Igor. Good to see you.
Hello, Igor and Paul. How's it going, guys?
Hi, Jannie. How's it going?
Very well, thanks. Apologies for my camera quality. For some reason, my camera just stopped working, so I'm using the computer's camera, which is not very good. But at least, oh, hang on, guys. I'm supposed to be entering a trade here. Let me go straight into action, and then I'll also ask you how your weekend was and all that kind of stuff.
Nice.
All right, so I'm going to just on the Hola Prime account where we don't do. Okay, you can see. So let me just. I don't know, 0.2. Okay, I'll explain now why, and then my stop loss is going to be below that lowest point. Okay, so and the reason for this trade is because if you remember on Friday, I mentioned that the only market that I'm actually interested in at the moment is gold. I didn't even look at the pound US dollar. But anyway, I'm interested in the pound US dollar as well, but it just didn't line up. But out of the four markets, the gold was the only one I was really interested in because we had this breakout, and today we are getting this retest of this breakout level. That's obviously after we broke this diagonal line. So after we had the third touch, and then we broke the diagonal line, we made the resistance level. We kind of struggled there. We came back to the support level of this diagonal line. And then we broke the resistance, and now we are retesting it. And remember, when you retest a level, you can look for patterns on smaller time frames, like the 15-minute time frame. But if you don't get it, you can look for anything, like an inside candle, bullish hammer, engulfing candle, right on that support level, and which is what we got right here. We got that inside candle. And then when you get that close, you just want to make sure that the new candle breaks the last closed candle's high. Okay, so that is the reason for the entry here on gold. Okay, so I'm just taking a long position here. If I do get stopped out there, that's fine. Then I'll just take it from there. Okay, but this is now on for me, so I'm in that trade on gold. So anyway, now we can go back to you, Paul and Igor. How was your weekend?
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice. Yes, the weather here is beautiful, so the weekend is nice.
The weather here is awful. I mean, it's like English weather, but inside your own house. It's very. And Paul, you're probably enjoying the summer where you are right now.
If I had time to go outside, yeah, I would.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that says it all. That sums it up, I think. Okay. Well, while I'm sharing my screen, let me quickly go through the other markets. I didn't do much, or I didn't really look that much at the charts today. We're actually having a holiday here. But anyway, yeah. So the pound US dollar is now back at this resistance level. I think last week, I can't remember exactly what date was it, 12th. I don't know if Robert is listening. Robert, are you there? I think you were in a long position, and we actually showed that you could potentially look for a pullback to the 61.8 level and add to your position. Remember that? So we did find support at that 61.8, and it's not an area I was interested in simply because we are in that range. I don't like it. They just a little bit. They're not as good. Okay, they're a little bit flimsy when you're inside this range. Remember, I not missed it, but I got this trade, and then I obviously moved my stop loss, and then I took a second one, and that was not a very good setup. I knew it wasn't as strong as getting in here at that weekly breakout and retest. So yeah, for me, we're still in this range, but it definitely wants to. I mean, this resistance level is getting weaker and weaker. It's been testing it now 3 times already. This is the 4th time. So I think we could potentially see a breakout, but I would like to see a nice breakout away from that level and then come and retest it. Hopefully, it will come down to retest it. That would be great. If not, then I'm just going to have to sit back and watch it go up, which will be sad. But sometimes that happens. Like sometimes when you make a mistake, then there's a knock-on effect, like that you just kind of have to deal with for weeks to come. So yeah, so the pound US dollar, definitely I'm still very bullish. Nothing has changed there. Nothing has changed there. It's just finding an entry is a bit tricky, and so yeah, we're still at this resistance level, and again we need to break out of it, because that's the only entry that would make sense. If we can just break out nicely and then come to retest this level at 135.926 to be like exact. That would be great if I can get that, because that would give me an opportunity to go long. Obviously, it's the sadness remains, because if you look at where we are right now, 1.359, and where this entry is down here, 1.343, it's a long way. It's a lot of profit that that I lost because of that mistake. So, but anyway, you're gonna have to move on, right? You can't just. I know why I keep hammering on it, but it's a good lesson for everybody watching. It does happen. Sometimes you'll make a mistake, and you just have to just keep yourself together and don't overtrade and go full tilt and start to place random trades because of that mistake. Just like, just let it go. There will be more opportunities. Okay, so pound US dollar, definitely very bullish. Just waiting for a decent entry there, which is not really in play right now. So that's the pound US dollar and gold. Bitcoin is, we spoke about on Friday, how it found support at that 61. Let me just zoom in so you can see it properly. That 61.8 that this from this low to that high. You can also see this very steep rally there. So there's always a chance of some sort of correction, which we did get. And that's typically when I use the FIB levels. But I didn't use the FIB levels on Thursday because we found that really nice support at the 106.705 level. We did get a bounce off it. It was a very good quality setup in my book. And it failed. Okay, so now the FIB levels are in play, and we bounced up to 61.8. I didn't take that trade simply because if you look at the bigger picture, you do get that divergence in price. So we'll just see what happens here. Like if I extend this line, then we'll see what happens at this resistance level. Yeah, are we going to get a pullback? Then I may start to identify levels. Potential levels of entry to go long. My bias is still bullish over the longer term. Let me just be clear on that. It's just it's very similar to the pound US dollar, where it's just a bit tricky for me now to find an entry. And maybe in hindsight, when we do break this resistance and we push higher, then in hindsight, it's like, oh, okay, turned out that was a perfect entry. But I'm going to, I have to stick to what I do and how I do it and how I approach it. Like this divergence is a little bit in the way right now. So I'm just going to wait for price to unfold, and we'll see again how it reacts at this resistance. We could find ourselves in the range first. I mean, it's just too many different scenarios that can play out. But this very strong V shape here, right? That V shape there, which marked a higher low, right? That held, and then now we're forming. It looks like another higher low, or it just came back down, but it couldn't go lower than that. So that's very bullish in my book. It's all holding up really nicely. So I'm bullish, but it's for me personally right now, it's just very difficult to find an entry on Bitcoin. Okay, and then the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ is piercing. Oh, it's going higher, but I mean, as you know, I've just been on the side when it comes to the NASDAQ for some time now. We've formed this ascending triangle. To me, that was a bit of a risky area to enter. I still feel that way because you've got the all-time highs just above you, so it could get a bit messy once we get there. So I'm still, just this time frame is from last month, from the 29th of May. We just kind of didn't move higher than that level. We hit that resistance again, and we hit this resistance again. It looked like it wanted to break out, and then we corrected, and now we're back at this level. So we haven't really made a lot of progress. So yeah, we'll see what happens when we get to the all-time highs. Is it going to break out? That would be great if we can get a breakout in the retest. But if it's just going to struggle and do something similar to how Bitcoin was behaving at the highs, it looks like it wants to go higher, and then it just doesn't. And then you in this this kind of situation right here, then it does make it a bit tricky. So, but anyway, so on ice, the NASI is on ice. I'm talking specifically swing trading and even intraday, not necessarily scalping. And yeah, so I think gold is in play. I've obviously entered that trade now. And the pound US dollar, I'm just waiting for a really nice entry. So that is also, I'm watching that one. And then the same with Bitcoin, just waiting for this to hopefully go higher. And then I just want to see, is it just going to break out there? We could potentially get a retest on this diagonal line, or it could reject off that diagonal line for that third touch and then maybe find support here again. So we'll just see how that plays out. Okay. Any questions? No.
I want
No
to
question?
ask something, Jannie. Gold. What is your bias intraday and on the 4-hour chart?
My bias is bullish. It's bullish. I'll tell you why. Look, I think we're going to go to the all-time highs. I really do, because I think. Look, if you look at just based on this technical analysis, right? Yeah, right. We failed to break out high over here at this when we made that divergence in price, and we got that third touch, and then when we broke out of this diagonal line. And we came back to retest this diagonal line, and then we broke that resistance. Like technically, it's all setting up to go long. So I do think that we could go to the all-time highs here, 3497, and then I'll just take it from there. Okay, I don't necessarily want to trade beyond that point, because that would be very similar to any key resistance area in an uptrend is typically. It gets a bit messy around those levels. It's not the same as a support level in an uptrend, which is I feel they are much easier to trade. Support levels in an existing trend or resistance levels in an existing trend, they're easier to trade. Like when we had this anyway, when we had this daily support level. That's very easy to trade. Okay, it was just like you wait for, some sort of pattern to form, or if you don't get the pattern, you look at the 1 or the 4 hour time frame for something like an engulfing candle or a hammer formation or something of that nature, and then you just trade that. They much simpler to trade. But when you are in an uptrend and you're hitting a key resistance level, that is a very different ball game, right?
Yeah.
So I think maybe when we get to this resistance level, then I probably won't be in a trade at that stage. But I'm definitely bullish right now, based on the technical analysis. Now remember, this is also I showed this on Friday, but obviously, Igor, we were not in the same session, so I'll just briefly go through it. This diagonal line that was broken is very similar to the pound US dollar. When we had, remember this head and shoulders pattern.
Okay.
So many. Where is it? Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So we had that head and shoulders pattern, and we had the weekly resistance just above the head and shoulders pattern. We got the close below, and then we got the pullback, which was coming off that. I'll just quickly draw this diagonal line here. We had that diagonal line, so we got that touch, and that's where I took that short, which was on a Friday. And then it was a beautiful move on the Monday, just a beautiful drop, and we got the close below, and then we had the retest. It's more clear on the 1 hour. I took a second trade there, remember? And then we got the close above the resistance, and I just got out of both positions, and I ended up with just a 1 to 2.5. And this trade alone was up 1 to 6. So but it happens. And then I didn't do anything. We got a bounce off that third touch of the diagonal line. I didn't take that trade. And then we broke out of this diagonal line, right? And we got a close above, and then we were just finding support here off that diagonal line, and then we pushed higher. Okay, and now from that moment, it was just when it broke this diagonal line, the bias shifted, because the head and shoulders pattern is now being completely invalidated, right? And this downward slope with the third touch, that was the last kind of lifeline, if you will, to keep the short alive, or the short bias alive. But when it broke out above it, then all of this is dead. All of this is dead. It's completely, it's just not relevant anymore, okay? Because nothing held. So it broke out, and then it said, okay, we're not going to get this 1.301 level, which would have been great, but we didn't get it. Okay, so that's now not part of the picture anymore. So if you look at this and you compare that to what we're seeing on gold, it's a very similar picture in terms of Yeah, we don't have a head and shoulders pattern or anything like that, but this, like, you need to be able to, this is the 4-hour time frame, but you really need to hold below this diagonal line, okay, for the short bias to hold water. Is that the right thing to say? Hold water? I don't know, but anyway, right? But when you break out of this diagonal line, the picture changes, right? And the picture is also unclear. Like, when we in these kind of situations and we break out of here, I think, Paul, remember we spoke about, it's not very clear, right? It's not very clear in terms of, are we bullish or bearish? Well, we need more price action. And then I extended this diagonal line right to this price action here. I said, okay, we've got a resistance right there, but it did bounce off support of this diagonal line. So it's a bit like, we're neutral. Well, I was neutral anyway. And I think, the great Paul agreed with me, which was great. It was great for my confidence and everything.
You mean the other Paul that was there on Friday?
Paul G? No, I don't think we discussed this with Paul G.
He was pretty great. He was
pretty great. Yeah. That is what the T stands for sure. But we were just, my take was just, okay, it's a bit of a neutral stance because, yes, we did bounce off this diagonal line, but we've got this resistance above here. We first need to break this resistance, and then my bias will be full on bullish because, it's flowing. It's like stacking. Like, you break this line, you did get a retest, you did break that resistance, and now you are retesting that breakout level. Okay, and now you just need to find an entry, and the entry can either be a pattern on the 15-minute time frame, which is not here. You did get an inside candle, but you're not looking for individual candles on a smaller time frame. You only I'll look at smaller time frames for patterns, like maybe like a low and then a divergence in price to form that double bottom or head and shoulders or anything like that. But there was nothing on the 15-minute, nothing on the half an hour, but you do get that inside candle right on the 1 hour, which is the minimum time frame, the way I trade anyway. Minimum time frame, I'm allowed to go to see if price is actually finding support at that retest level. So that is where I got it. So you get that close, you wait for the new candle to break, and that's my entry. Okay, so the target, I'll obviously monitor price action, but the previous high would be the target. Okay, because if you look at where price rejected here, if I just go to the 4-hour time frame here, right? So we broke that one. Where did this price reject from? You can just see it with the eye. Okay, it was at that lower high, that where we got that divergence, and then we bounced off, and now that's the support level. So, if we break this high here, it's going to go to the previous highs. Well, the probability is definitely there, and Paul just disappeared. Oh, Andre, nice to see you, mate. DXY hit support and went up quickly.
Yes.
Good morning, guys. Hey, Robert, nice to see you. The pound US dollar ready for a correction. Well, Igor can probably also get more involved here, but just from a technical analysis point of view, you add a resistance level. Yeah, you add a resistance level. So if your bias is long, but you're trading at a resistance level, you obviously don't take a long trade, but you also don't take a short trade because your bias is long. So you're just staying on the sidelines. Can we correct? Yeah, we can correct. For sure, we can correct because we're at the resistance. Okay, can we break through? Yeah. So it's just it's not a good place to place a trade. Now, if this does correct, remember this level here, the 13434 level. This is the key level that has to hold because that's the weekly retest level. If you lose this level, it's just everything is a mess. Everything is a mess if you lose that level, right? So can we correct? Yeah, definitely. Okay, we can be in this range for much longer than we want to be. We've been in a range in the pound US dollar I mean, there were cases where we in a range on the pound US dollar for 2-3 weeks, just ranging, and it doesn't do anything. They're very, they're just nasty kind of conditions to place trades, because you'll get chopped up. So yeah, to answer your question, ready for a correction? Messi, yeah, Lionel Messi for sure. Lionel Messi, yeah. It's just don't do. For me, I'm not telling you what to do, but the way I look at this is, if your bias is bullish on the pound US dollar over the longer term, and you're looking for to enter the trade, and you're not in a trade currently, I mean, if you got in here, I'll say hang on. But if you're not in a trade, this is not a good time to place a trade. Okay, this is not a good area to play. This is the resistance area, right? So let me just delete that line of the 50. Now, I know, Robert, I don't know if you're still in your long pound US dollar trade, but we identified this level. Now, this higher low, this is obviously your anchor right here. That's your anchor. You lose that, as I said, then it's going to be very difficult to I mean, even to determine a bias, to be honest. Okay, it's going to be very difficult. This must hold. This is a pullback that this formed. You can almost call that like a higher low of that anchor. So yeah, I mean, a pullback, sure. Ranging on that level, yeah. But the point is, without kind of going on for too long, is it's not a good place to place a long trade. Okay, and yes, it can correct. I've said everything 5 times now. All right. So I think those are the 4 markets. And yeah, I'll obviously give you an update on gold. But so far, yeah, it's just it's obviously way too early to tell. In tomorrow's session, we can have a look and see what happened over the last 24 hours based on this trade. No, I got out, just waiting for another opportunity, Robert says. Okay, yeah. Did you at least make a little bit of a profit there? Or just break even? That's also a good result. Okay, awesome. All right, that's it from me for now. Over to the great, talented Igor. Please, Igor, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Jannie. Thank you, Jannie, for your beautiful introduction, as always. Now we can start a little bit. Let me start to go into the trade. So I will start with that, and then I will start to describe this week and my setups. So I'm going to the trading platform right now, and the first thing that I will do is I will sell the gold. And I know it's a little bit strange for me, but I will do that. But with very low risk. This is my setup. Okay, I will sell the gold, and I will put my stop loss to be, just to see where is the very caution. This is the maybe just 3,425, 3,425, just to put like that. 3,000, just to check again. Yes, 25. And my target will be 3356. 3356. This is my risk reward is almost 1 to 2. This is my B setup, nothing special here. Now, what I will do is what I'm looking for. Of course, I have Euro Aussie. I sold in the last week. Still, this trade is profitable. Maybe I will just move my stop loss to break even. And this is the whole story. And now I'm going to just a little bit talk about my setups on the trading view.
Just want to quickly want to
choose
chip in here, Igor. Sorry to interrupt you. It's all happening here, ladies and gentlemen. One trader going long on gold, and the other one going short in the same session. That's great. I like it. Just like it.
Okay, but look, it is your A setup, which is right, and my B setup, which I just need for a couple hours for that. So this is the difference. Actually, I'm long gold as at you, so it's like that. But sometimes I'm ready for counter trend, just to practice my scenarios, because I want to see that moves that it's going up and down, and sometimes if I want to have a good A setup, sometimes I need to make a B setup. I know it's a crazy when I say that, but this is sometimes my process here. So look this, how I look this. The gold was bullish from the June 10, and it was bullish all the time. And we got today one breakout. Actually, it was in the early Asia moments, and we made, even during the Euro session, the 1 hour breakout. And after that, what I think that it will happen, maybe I'm wrong, of course. Right now, in next 60 minutes, we will try to retest this movement or not up to 1 hour simple moving average 50. So maybe it will be a little bit up, nothing more. And then I think that it will fall here on the point of control, where is the high volume profile for the gold. And then I hope that maybe that will be some kind of consolidation and bullish push again. And on the other side, if we analyze the US dollar index, we can see, for example, that we touch the support on the June 12. Then we got another next day, we touched that support. We went up, and today we didn't touch that support, but we're very, very close. And we can see the bullish divergence on the relative strength index. So when I see that, usually we can get up. Of course, maybe this hour maybe be bearish, and we will touch this. We can never know that, but I just assume that it will be that kind of the move. Of course, I don't have a euro dollar and British pound dollar trades right now because I'm really bullish. And right now, maybe I would like to sell a little bit because I think that it will be some kind of correction. But I don't want to go in every single setup as a counter trend. So I only try the gold right now, only gold. And I think we will see what will happen there. But I monitor this US dollar index. I see strong reactions on this level. And maybe we will push a little bit US dollar to the end of this day, or maybe beginning of the tomorrow or something. We will see. I will monitor that. If we see the break, for example, like this, I see the break. Just a moment to push this maybe better. So if I draw this trend line here, and we break this trend line easily and go above, that can be a larger correction for US dollar index. And then really euro dollar, British pound dollar, and many Forex assets can go down. So it's Monday, it's weekly opening range, and we need time to see where market wants to go. So I don't like to trade a lot on Mondays, only few setups with very, very, very low risk usually. And this I need to monitor. Related to the all others pairs, the euro dollar, for example, in very similar shape as British pound dollar. So we are bullish. There is some kind of the bearish divergence, but it's weak. It's not so strong. It's up yet. So easily we can go up, easily we can go down. It's a little bit tricky. So I just monitor this. I would like more to touch some kind of support and buy euro dollar than to sell right now in this moment. I know that a lot of traders, they see this, double top, or this third time that you retest some resistance, and then you see 1 hour candle bearish. you got to feel and push to sell. Sometimes it can be profitable, sometimes not. So maybe because it's the end of the U.S. session and there is no so big bias, this big push right now, I will be out of that trade. The same thing for British pound dollar. We are retesting the high now the third time today, and we got this 1 hour bearish candle, but this means nothing. You know how far everything can change, can go up or not. But I don't see that today we will see new highs, new fresh highs so easily. So I want just to wait for some bigger pullback to buy, and I think that can be a perfect strategy. But it's very important when you watch that momentum of that push. For example, what I want to see maybe some slower bearish move, and then to retest this trend line that I just show on the chart, and then to go up and break this resistance. That will be nice. But if I see a big bearish candles that break this trend line, then I will not try to buy then, because it would be not natural. It should push higher and higher with the bigger bullish candles, and with the slower moves downside. And I don't like a big bearish moves. And yes, last week was the problem, because we got so many big bearish candles for euro dollar and British pound dollar. For example, when we got war between the Israel and Iran, in that moment we got a strong bearish candle, and the market shake, artificial shake. I don't like that. First, I don't like any kind of war, of course, but I don't like that kind of the shake when I have in the market artificially using the tweets or unexpected news or something like that, because after that, all my price levels and everything go sideways. I lose sometimes my bias or something, so I don't like that. So we will see how market will respond in the future. And US dollar, Japanese yen, it pushing higher a little bit today, but I'm out of this pair because it's really nowhere. Even the small bullish divergence here maybe will go up. I don't like fundamentally. I would like to see weaker dollar and a stronger yen, and in that case, it should go down. So even this part of my scenarios are not aligned with the current chart. For gold, I already said that I want to see some kind of the bearish move, but short-term bearish move, just to retest this and go down. Only that. So I just want to see that, and then I want to catch the major trend if trend allows me. As you know, I have a euro dollar trade from the last week, believe it or not. It's very slow, which is really strange for these kind of crosses. Euro Aussie, Euro Kiwi, British pound Aussie, British pound Kiwi. Usually they're volatile, but now there are very, very strange movements. If we check the relative strength index on the 1 hour chart, you can see clear bearish trend, really clear bearish trend. And usually when you have this clear bearish trend and you pass the 50 level of relative strength index, in this moment, it should accelerate and very fast go to the target. But we don't have that acceleration. It's very, very slow, which is not good for this trade. So I will be cautious, and I will close maybe this trade if I start to retest my entry point. So it will not be good. I'm in profit now, and I have a little bit more to the target, but we will see. I need to monitor this trade because it can go in different way very, 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 very fast. So related to the Aussie dollar and Kiwi dollar, it looks like we are getting out of this range. So we have a range whole April, whole May, and and now we are trying to retest resistance and go upside. But it's very, very, very hard to decide what will happen here. As every trader, I would like to see the breakout, then retest and go out. But sometimes, we can have a false breakout and then everything can go down. So I really don't know what to do here. And
Are you boring yourself, Igor?
this is the choppy. Yes, this is very, very boring. So boring that I cannot breathing anymore. Yeah, this is really, really like that. And and what I hate here, you have every single day one bullish, one bearish, one bullish, one bearish candle. So on a daily chart, it's so choppy that that's insane. So I'm out of there. I will not trade this. I will just monitor this. And right now, I will just check British pound dollar again, because I'm that we are getting the second candle bearish, which means nothing, but maybe this can be a push downside. It looks like that, but I will not try that. Even that everything looks like that. When I have this kind of the pattern, when I can draw a two trend lines, one bullish, one bearish, I don't feel comfortable to go in the direction against the major trend, because the major trend is really bullish, and it's really I'm out of this for sure. And this is it. This is my setups for today for the basic things that I'm watching. I like the stock market recover, and that we have NASDAQ that is a leading indicator right now. I will not trade in there, because the best thing is to enter into the indices. I like to enter into the indices on 4-hour chart when I have a larger pullback, and then I can keep several days and I feel comfortable. But this kind of the middle of the session, I don't like to trade indices at all. So this is it. First, to check, are any questions from the audience? Just to check that, are any question related to any of these setups? About Andrew, about US dollar index. He says that reaches 96 or 95, it's a buy. It looks like that. Really looks like that. We touch, and now we are pushing higher, which can really make a mess here. But like I said, I'm watching in this trend line too, because maybe this can be very short time lived and then to start to go down again. So this is why I'm out of this pairs, because I see one interesting fact related to the major Forex pairs. And I will show you that maybe British pound dollar is a good example. We'll go to 15-minute chart just to see this. Look this. This moment here, it was a strong bearish divergence in British pound dollar 1-hour chart, but we had almost the clear range. And this range was whole euro session. Look this. Nothing. Market nothing. And then it looks like we got down because we had a false breakout, and then several bullish candles, and we reached a high. So this is something, this characteristic of the bull market. When you have a consolidation or bearish trend, very tight range, very slow, and when you got the bullish push, it's really bigger, stronger, and better. So this is why I prefer here some better point to buy than sell. So this is it. Now I give you the command to the chief commander, Paul, expert in cryptos. Please, my guy.
Chief commander, I love it. I love it.
Yes, I need to have a good introduction as you, Jannie, but I cannot so good like you, so I need to be creative.
That was very good.
That was great. Always enjoy your confidence with the RSI. Always very tight, and so that was good. Hopefully those will play out.
Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, let's have a look. Let's see what's going on. Obviously, a few things in the world are happening at the moment, which is potentially inhibiting price action just a little bit. But we'll have a quick look. Let's just, here we go. Right. I mean, just to start with, I just wanted to talk about this just for a second. Can you see this adoption path?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, now obviously this is a bit of a nonsense chart. It's not really actually giving us anything looking at this curve, but it's always good to illustrate. Now, Bitcoin in 2025 has hit 3% adoption rate globally. And if when we're talking about the price action at the moment and everything which is going on, it's looking at, ETF supplies, how many public institutions are buying everything. We've got a lot of serious buyers coming in at a 6-figure level for Bitcoin, which is quite bullish. So we have that kind of safety net. Now, if we look at Bitcoin's 3% adoption rate, that carries quite a lot of significance in the grand scale of things, which can add additional context to our perceptions of what Bitcoin is doing and where it might be going. So back in 1996, online banking reached 3% adoption. And then social media, again, in 2005, hit 3% adoption. And of course, the internet in 1990 hit 3% adoption. And we know how that story kind of played out. So if Bitcoin is going to follow this path, then this is kind of the moment in history to get in on things when they reach this level. Now, I'm not suggesting that you should be getting in at Bitcoin when it's this high up. Of course, you always buy the dips. But nonetheless, if you exclude the price action from consideration, this is a good time to start looking for entries into Bitcoin in the grand scale of things, because I mean, who doesn't wish they couldn't have invested in Yahoo back in the 90s or Google or so forth? So it's one of those. It's one of these sorts of things that we're talking about. I mean, you guys got any perspective on this in terms of adoption next to other sort of technology over the last few years? Any thoughts to add?
Igor?
No. This is interesting.
Yeah, I've never seen this before, but it's definitely very very interesting for sure.
Yeah, and it's like, I mean, how many Bitcoin ATMs are there? Right? I mean, this is what we're talking about. Like, how many Bitcoin ATMs are there, right? How many will there be? How many retail outlets will start taking Bitcoin, right? How many debit cards will Visa create for exchanges, which allow people to use their crypto directly in retail stores? I mean, this is essentially the conversation. So anything which we talk about following this, we should, of course, bear in mind that we are in the middle of a pivotal point. We're talking about, decades context sort of thing, right? So we'll be looking back at this in the 40s, in 2040s, and looking back at where Bitcoin was, and looking at the dot-com boom and all that kind of stuff. And this is where we are at the moment, this decade, the middle of the 20s, and it can really give us an insight into what's essentially coming around the corner. So I just wanted to touch base with that, just for a bit of context. Now, this is a Bitcoin 1-week log scale, and I could jump straight into all the charts we've been looking at previously, but I think it's important to have a splash of cold water. Now, this obviously is log scale, but you can see a retest back down to this upper trend line just to create a double bottom, or a larger double bottom of sorts, is totally in play, and that's around 80K before an upwards movement to maybe around 400,000. So we've got some quite... Whoa. Yeah. I mean, we've seen this chart previously, and the idea is that we're about here, based on previous historical price action. And of course, if we do ascend to the 200% level, then that's around 400K. I'm not saying we're going to do that this cycle, but so just, it's a very important, a pullback here. If we have some continued pressure because of world events, Bitcoin could very well retrace to this level and still maintain a bullish context, which means 80K is still bullish, right? Which is something to think about. But I just wanted to highlight that. But now we'll just jump into the regular sort of chart. So this is an old school chart which we're looking at when we're trying to get this lower high from Bitcoin, or higher low, excuse me, from Bitcoin, higher low. And we did tap this retrace zone, and we may very well see a deeper retrace to the 200 MA as well. But nonetheless, we have tapped that. We've had a higher low, and now we're in this range at the moment with the 50 acting as support. So we can very easily pop a header above all-time highs. We could very easily just range around here for a little bit, or come back for a deeper retrace into this ideal retrace zone, and then obviously get some bit of confluence with the 200 MA before continuing higher. So these are typically the sort of possibilities. But if world events do continue to take a bit of a turn, Bitcoin returning to this sort of range for a while may, of course, be on the card. So it's very difficult at the moment to see where Bitcoin's going. I don't think you should take much, you shouldn't look at the 50 as very strong support. The most important thing when we talk about the price action is these crosses, golden crosses and death crosses. So I'm not really bothered if the price action loses the 50 as long as we're above the 200. And of course, it doesn't stay below the 50 long enough to force it into another death cross. So nothing to be too stressful about that, but just an older chart to have a look at. But this is probably the easiest and simplest chart to look at for Bitcoin right now. You can clearly see we are now in an uptrend again. We've got a higher low. Higher high compared to here, and we lost the last week, at the end of last week, the 200 MA on the 4 hour. This is a 2 hour chart, and now we have broken back above, highlighting that there is still a lot of buying activity, as we talked about earlier. There's a serious safety net, lots of people looking to buy Bitcoin, and now we are back in this range, potentially above key support, and we just, of course, now need to make sure this is a solid foundation, and we may see some ranging activity up here. But yeah, not easy trading at the moment. But if you look at this as principally like, where do you want to enter a long trade in the altcoin market or Bitcoin? You want to enter it at the bottom of the range, and it's just entered the bottom of this range. So therefore, if you do get a retest, you've got nice confidence with the 200 MA on the 4 hour, and that could be your signal for a long trade, either with Bitcoin or with the altcoin market. And just to see what other people are thinking, other people are probably thinking the same thing, which is Bitcoin dominance now, all throughout today, is starting to come down, which means money is proportionally flowing into the altcoin market as opposed to Bitcoin as it sits still. So that shows you what other people are thinking, what other traders are thinking. They're thinking, all right, I'm going to enter some altcoin positions now, and we may see some love as a result of that. Hence the connection between Bitcoin and the rest of the market. And if it's down here, people aren't going to be entering their altcoin positions because look, there's resistance right overhead, and a move downwards could be on the cards, which is exactly what I was thinking this weekend when I was messing around with my ICP trade, or trying to get in on an ICP trade, internet computer trade, which we were talking about last week. But now we're here, miraculously, Bitcoin dominance starts showing some love to the altcoins, and this is the whole game, right? It's all about where Bitcoin is, what its footing is. And just to whiz through, this is the cup and handle. There's another cup and handle I'll show you today, and we just retested the handle, and now we're just waiting for a breakout. But there is a bit of ambiguity here of this range, and 140 is the next stop. So everything's still bullish, everything's fine. And I'll see if there's any other interesting charts we can look at. Yeah, and also here we go. So we had this bear trap. This is the daily chart. We broke above, we broke back out again, which is extremely frustrating price action from Bitcoin, because it's just like, oh, choose a direction. But then we landed on the 618, really didn't get a candle body close significantly below that. And now we've moved upwards out of the range, potentially trying to have a go at the next line in the sand, which is probably around 108. And that's kind of where we are. And I'll just again quickly look at Bitcoin dominance. This is the picture, big picture. Even though we've got a bit of bearish divergence potentially, we're still moving higher, lots of pressure. Long trades aren't really working out very well. So what do we need to see? Well, we've got a higher high, we've got higher lows. We need to see this low taken out, essentially, which is frustrating, because this could equal some good altcoin trading over the next few days. But in order to have the necessary confirmation we need, which is essentially to get this to flip to a downtrend, we need to wait to see if we get maybe something like this, and then that's your entry for a long trade. So a lot of juggling maybe over the next few days. But I mean, any thoughts on that, guys, from your perspective?
Well, I agree with everything you said. So it's difficult to push back. But you do have a question, Paul, from Lola.
Oh, hi, Lara. What's the question? Would you mind reading it to me, my friend?
Yeah, Paul, can you give us a better insight on FXS?
FXS. Yeah. Let's do that before we jump into Pepe. I think I've got a chart open for FXS. Yeah, here we go. That's quite helpful. Let's have a look. FXS. So this is the 12-hour chart. So it's quite a high time frame. We are struggling to maintain this level, but there is this is a bit of an ambiguous range, and I'll just try and highlight that. Let's just see. So here we go. Yeah, so there's kind of, it's not a particularly helpful range. because there's bounces here, there's resistance here, there's bounces here, so it's not particularly helpful at the moment, especially with the moving average kind of sitting right here. Not very easy to trade this, if I'm honest. Now, if you're looking to try and because we've got this, I mean, this is a support level here for sure, right? This is a level. Yeah, that's quite clean. That's a cleaner level, but this area is a bit of a mess, and we've got some confluence. So if you could, arguably, you know, a hard support entry here with confluence with this moving average on 12-hour, the 200 MA, you know, that's a play potentially. You know, you can see very definable resistance here, and we've had a bounce which confirms that locally this is support. So you could do that, but ideally what I might recommend just on first glance is to find a pattern. Let's just zoom in a little bit. Find a pattern, and let's just try and combine this identified support entrance, which could help us with a long trade, but let's also try and find a pattern which we can trade off as well. So we've got something for bullish confirmation, but I'm thinking this pattern is also not particularly helpful. I mean, look, so we've got 1 touch, 2 touches, not particularly happy with that, if I'm honest. You can see I'm forcing it a little bit. I think that's okay. There we go. But maybe do a bit of work on this. But what you want to see, the reason why I drew this pattern on is, you know, it's all about stacking signals, right? So we get a breakout any point around here, 1 bullish signal, right? So you've got a bullish signal prior to trying to come in at support, right? I mean, hopefully it'd be something like this, which is a little bit easier. So you've got a bullish signal because we kind of get a break of this trend, and then try and come in, right? If you're just trying to come in within the pattern, you may have some trouble there. So you definitely want to see some divergence, and you probably want to be on the other side of this pattern to come in for a long position here. But divergence, I think, would be important, or some serious oversold conditions across multiple timeframes, and then you've got your entrance. Other than that, unless Igor or Jannie, you see something I don't, that's probably the only play at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I ideally, you know, I would like to see like the daily time frame, maybe just a quick glance at the weekly, just to get that extra, you know, view. So you're bouncing off that. I don't know what moving average have you got on there?
So that's the 50 on the weekly.
Okay. So you broke out of that, and now you found support by the looks of it, right? So that's,
yeah. So we're trying to come in really low. Oh, hello. No, we're trying to come in really low down. We're trying to come in really low down, essentially, Lola, around here, right at the bottom of this range. I think that's what we're talking about. Flush with the moving average. We've also got a little bit of confluence here as well. So that's the idea, which kind of works on the higher time frames on the weekly. So that's okay.
Yeah.
That was a good shout. And then we zoom back into the daily. You know, we've got a similar tussle following a golden cross on the daily. So that there are a few signals stacking up, but it's the price action is reflective of the market at the moment, right? So not easy, but this is the trade. Get the other side of this pattern. If you get a flush entry here, go for it with a bit of divergence. But you know, this is not an easy, quite a lot of noise to trade off. But that would be what I'd say for FXS. I mean, Igor, any dissenting views from your point of view?
No. This is the I don't like this kind of the movements. So for me, I will be out of this trade.
Look at all this.
Yes.
Whoa. I mean, that's me liquidated right there, right? Yeah. So, and we're talking tight stop as well. I think very tight stop, because very easily you got to think about what will happen if the price action does come back down here, right? It could do that, which is why you want to wait for that confirmation. Other traders will see a breakout of this pattern, then look to come in at this area. Whereas if you try and come in at support here, the price action most likely will just do this, right? And we don't want that. We just can't come in at support. We need confluence, right? And more than just this moving average. So ideally, let it come down a bit here, break out, maybe allow it to create a double bottom of sorts. You get on the other side of it, get a bit of divergence, get some confidence with this, and then maybe you've got a play. But FXS probably isn't the best setup at the moment, but that would be the idea. I hope that helps. But switching to And any of this Lola, just let me know, of course. And this is Pepe, another potential cup and handle, guys, which is the kind of the theme of the last couple of weeks. So again, with Pepe, we've got a nice retrace to the 618 based on this single move here. So there's a premise to trade off. We also, of course, the neckline is here, so you can wait for a breakout, which would be my play. But also because there is quite a definable range in the middle here, then this does offer quite significant support as well for an entrance. And if we zoom in just a little bit, you can see we also have another pattern to trade off with this at bottom here. So just so you can see where I'm looking at. I'm just looking at this bit here. So this is all I'm looking at when I move into this time frame. So here we are. We've had an ascending triangle, and my notes were look for a break higher out of the ascending triangle pattern for entry. And look, we're in the process of trying to have it. So there's a few options to trade off. I would probably wait for an entrance at this diagonal line again, but there's a few things to trade off with Pepe. Now these are of course short-term plays within a long-term pattern, right? So you just need to bear that in mind. And people see these patterns and they start to get bullish and they'll start to front run them coming in here. We've seen this quite a lot, but it's obviously high risk. But then the further closer we get to the neckline, then of course things are a bit more fun, because ultimately the power of a cup and handle is the neckline. The power is, you know, breaking out and then coming in for the retest. That's it. If we're just coming in down here, we're not really, this pattern hasn't completed and it can very easily invalidate. And therefore, we're just hoping that other people see the same pattern or trying to front run it in the same fashion. But, you know, with the double bottom here, with the 618, there's a potential play here for some intraday stuff. If it comes back down here, you can just trade the pattern. And if you do feel like we've got a confirmed breakout at this level, then you can maybe play it up to here as well. So there's a few things with Pepe, but no clean setups at the moment because of the price action happening. But I just want to talk about, before I hand it back, because I've been talking a lot today, so I apologize for that, is ICP, because I've been talking about this. Now, I've been messing with this trade all weekend, right? So I've been looking for entrances, and as you can see, I've had trouble because we're not respecting this line, which is where I want to come in, right? I don't want to come in here. So I did enter a trade, but then I exited when I see it came back down, then it came back up, and then I thought, okay, fine. So it came back down, then I'm looking to enter again now, trying for that elusive, kind of your approach, Jannie, that elusive first touch of the actual support line, which I want to come in at, right? So I'm still waiting for that play. I was also waiting for it to come back down to this area, but because of the support on with the golden cross of the 250, that just didn't happen. So again, I'm going to try and come in here at this level, again waiting for a touch. I'm going to try and come in. Now Bitcoin dominance is coming down, but I'm determined to try and make this trade work, but it's not helping me right now at all. And this multi-time frame analysis, of course, is what I'm leaning on to give me that sort of edge. And I have entered in and out twice now with no loss, just to try and get the ideal entry with a bit of leverage. But obviously, if it goes in the wrong direction, I have very significant rules about exiting. But yeah, so I'm still waiting for ICP. So maybe hopefully later in the week, I'll have something to show for that. Because you can see on the 12-hour, you know, we do have quite a lot of nice confluence. And when you look at, you know, where is the price action want to go? Well, it wants to go up here. It doesn't want to go down here. That's why it's sitting pretty and has been for a few days now. However, you know, there's only so much pressure the market can take. So we need Bitcoin to make a move here. And of course, Bitcoin dominance to go in our favor. But the key for me with this trade is just trying to find an entrance which is manageable. And the price action is just not finding the foundation where I wanted to. It's a little bit frustrating. But again, as you can see, I'm waiting. I'm being patient for the entrance which I want, not the entrance which I've got. And that's the key.
Well, I think Andre would disagree with you. He says buy at the top. That's why I was laughing earlier. Andre says buy at the top and sell at the bottom, and this strategy is working.
It's working for all the people taking your money, Andre, that's for sure.
Yeah. Andre, love your sense of humor. Always great to have you here. Oh dear.
You always got to tell me when Andre is commenting, because I can't see when I'm doing it. It's always great to hear from him.
Yeah. I did, you know, I interrupt the speakers as I always interrupt you. So this time I'll just stand back and let you complete your sentences. And sometimes, you know, it's also difficult to interrupt you because your sentences flow so flawlessly. There's no full stop and then you start a new sentence. They kind of like you merge them as like one big long sentence.
That sounds quite annoying.
Do you actually breathe sometimes when you talk?
I think perhaps as a teacher, if you take a break, then the kids take a break, right? So it's like, no, right. So just listen to me. I am talking. Listen to me. That's what it is as a teacher. I suppose it's like a nervous tick, because if I say, "Hi, class," right,
full
all
stop.
of a sudden everyone's on fire. Everyone's on fire. Everyone's smoking out the window. It's like, no.
Yeah. I mean, how long have you been teaching for?
Well, I don't teach anymore.
But I mean, like when you did.
20 years.
20 years.
20 years. Wow. And which subject?
Music.
I couldn't get them to let me teach crypto. They just wouldn't let me do it. The parents complained. What are you teaching my children? Why have they hacked my Binance account?
Do you play any instrument, Paul?
Yeah, I do. My first instrument was the recorder.
He does the armpit burp. You know the armpit burp?
Yeah. I do that, yeah.
He does that.
I play a few instruments very badly. I play a few instruments very badly. Yeah.
Oh man. Okay. Well, Igor, I know you've went through the euro. No, you haven't actually. Did you cover the euro dollar? I know you went through the pound US dollar and the Aussie dollar.
Yes. The same thing as the euro dollar. Yes.
And what about the dollar yen? Is that something on your radar or not really?
Yes, on my radar, but it's boring.
Yeah, I had just a quick look at it, and on the 4-hour time frame, and you're also like in a very kind of in the middle of a range. Yeah, let's have a look at it. What else are you looking at, Andre? Are you just trading the pound US dollar, or did you go long at the top of Bitcoin? I know you like to buy at the top, so I take it you're still in that long position right at the highest high with significant leverage. Well, anyway, let me share the dollar yen, and then we can maybe just kind of share some thoughts on that. So the dollar yen is not something I look at. I only look at the pound US dollar when it comes to Forex. Excuse me. But just at first glance, when the overall trend is definitely going down. That's for sure. There's no two ways about that. And then what else can I see? Like where we are currently at price action, you can just very quickly, to use Paul's words, draw a line in the sand. Like you do just before you go into a massive brawl. Just draw a line in the sand, and here is a resistance for me, 145,456, and then that's the support level. So for me, we're in inside of a bit of a range. Would you agree with that?
Okay.
Would you agree with that, or not really?
Yes, no problem with support and resistance.
But I don't think I would wait for price to go to this resistance level yet, because if you look, it's just if I probably would have done something like this. If this is something I would have followed, I would have done that. Okay, just to extend it really far. And then that's your second touch. Your third touch kind of failed, and then you made that high, and then you came back down. You couldn't find support on that diagonal line. Went all the way to the support level. So this diagonal line needs to be moved over now to here. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so that's your new second touch. But it's so close. Usually, you want to see a bit of a gap. This needs to come lower, I think. Ideally, what I would like to see. Now, again, the market doesn't care what I want to see. But in an ideal world, if this can come lower and then come back up maybe for a third touch and then eventually move lower, I do think the dollar yen, even though, again, it's not something I follow closely, definitely looks a lot more bearish than bullish. What's your take on this, guys? If you had to look just at first glance on this the dollar yen chart, what would you like to see, Igor?
When I'm watching the US dollar, Japanese yen, for me, it's more bearish bias than bullish. But the problem is, if on 4-hour chart we see this candle that we just watching here, that candle, if creates some bigger push upside, the whole picture of my bias will change. Because when I draw the trend lines and the relative strength index, we are right now on the top, and this candle will decide, will we break that trend line or we will go down. So I think that this next candle of 4 hours is very important, and it can change very, very easily. It can change as same as British pound dollar and euro dollar changing right now. We got the bearish 1 hour candle, and now we are pushing higher again. So this is now tricky because I need to wait more here.
Yeah, Dev, I fully agree with that. So I think we're on the same page when it comes to that. What's your take on that, Paul? Would you say you're on the same boat?
Yeah, bearish buy. I mean, I feel like I'm staring at just a big descending triangle,
Yeah. Maybe with the support level not exactly at the lowest point of the descending triangle. This horizontal line is obviously just based on the very lowest, the latest lowest point, that's why. So but yeah, you're right. It does definitely form something like that. But ideally, even in a descending triangle, you don't want to trade the breakout year. Like if you have a very strong bias, which we do have, and that is mainly coming from what's happening on the dollar index, right? That's where this bias really stems from, combined with this massive downtrend. Then you really want to enter the trade as high as possible. So it would, a touch here somewhere, I don't know where we're going to get it, would be far more preferable compared to, maybe a breakout and a retest or something like that. Because the breakout and retest will be pretty tricky because there's no, a breakout of what exactly? You've got like these pivots all over the place. So again, this horizontal line is just based off the latest low. Yeah, it's not based on an actual low where you would like to see a breakout from, because you can draw quite a few different lines here, right? So which one are you going to wait for? There's one here, this one there.
Yeah.
See, it gets a bit trickier. So ideally, you want to get a clean read on your entry, and that will be but it's not going to be now. I agree with you, Igor. It needs to. I don't know exactly what you mean by this 4-hour candle is critical. Maybe you can just show, because you mentioned the RSI. Maybe you can just show exactly what you mean by that. Because for me, we just this 4-hour candle means nothing to me. So it will be very interesting to get your take on that, just to show, like, because you mentioned RSI.
I will just show what I'm looking for right now. So I will share my screen just to see the 4-hour chart for the US dollar, Japanese yen. So if we check my 4-hour chart, for example.
Hey, Tom is here. Tom Rogers, nice to see you again,
right? Trend line. And there's no problem with this bearish trend. Hello, Tom. So if we check that, we see the bearish bias here, no problem. But as you can see, we are very close to the trend line. And if this last bullish candle start to push higher, because right now you see the US dollar index pushing higher. I don't know what will happen there, but if something start to push US dollar higher and US dollar Japanese start to go higher, this can be easily break out, and the whole picture can change very easily in just a few hours. And this is why I'm skeptical right now. I want to see what will be with this 4-hour candle, and if we keep down and maybe one more bigger push downside, then I will be sure that we are down there. So this is the way. The other thing that I'm watching too, you look this on the US dollar Japanese yen daily chart. When I go to the choppiness index, this is the highest choppiness index that we can get. So price is very, very choppy in the larger time frame. and it's very hard to predict it will go bullish candle daily or bearish candle daily, because we don't have a clear bias here, really. We just watch this. Just watch this several days. Only these several days. This is insane. No directional. When I zoom out, it looks, oh, it's bearish, but this is the problem here, and I'm out. I'm out for sure for US dollar Japanese yen. So what do you think, Jannie?
I think I agree with you. I agree with you, Igor. Yeah, it's not at a good spot right now. It's just not a good spot. Like it just makes sense to just wait for additional candles, wait for additional candles to get added to the chart, and let the markets just play out and wait for a very clean, clear picture and setup, which is which is what I prefer. Like, it's just in those, on the 4-hour time frame, again, like you just pointed out, you just in that little bit of that cluster of candles, very, very tricky to trade there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And right now I'm watching the gold, because right now, if we go on a 1-hour chart, I'm seeing this little push downside, but this is nothing because there is no end of this hour. So I'm just watching. Can we maybe create a push downside here? I know that you're long. What is your stop loss, Jannie, for the gold?
My stop loss is above your take profit level. Your take profit is 3356. Did you say? What's your take profit?
Yes, something like that.
Yeah, my stop loss is at 3381. So I'm sorry to say, Igor, but unfortunately, you're gonna have to lose this trade. All right.
Okay.
Yeah,
We will see.
I can't root for you this time. I can't root for you this time.
Yeah.
I mean,
thank you for your efforts. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, it's a look. I mean, it's for me, that's a solid entry. We'll see if it does go to 3356. You see, that would not be a level I'm interested in to go long. So even though I can see exactly where you're getting it from, I can see that. Tell me if I'm wrong. You probably can't see my screen. Maybe let me show me my screen if you don't mind.
Yes, please.
3356, you said. Okay, let me just share the screen first.
Yeah.
Where is it? Oh, there. All right. So the stop loss is obviously just below the lowest point before that inside candle. So that is 3381.14 to be exact. You are taking profit at, you said 3356.
Yes, something. Maybe 3360. Yes.
You got no chance, mate. You're gonna lose this trade, big time. You're going to. I hope you took a very small trade. You've got no chance. Okay, but no, obviously there's a chance. But I'm just trying to think. Where do you get that level from?
Yes, I get from the volume profiles, because it's a point of control, and we have a
very unreliable.
Yes, we have a lot of oscillation there, because the price that price level, like a lead magnet, like a magnet.
I get it.
Because of that, I think that price can oscillate there. But of course, I will watch the price, and maybe earlier I will close my trade, especially in the end of the day, if I see that I'm nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that it can happen. I'm not saying it's impossible. So if we do go down that level, I think my bias will also shift. Then I wouldn't. Would you then look would you then look for an opportunity to go long if you do get that level?
Maybe, but I need to see some reactions, a big bullish candle, some moves, something I need to see on the chart,
Yeah.
so I can follow and go long.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, well, we'll see how this unfolds. I mean, if this level doesn't hold, then we'll just take it from there. Andre says Trump wants to announce the agreements in a few days. Is that that 90-day pause on the tariffs? Is that what you're talking about? I assume that's what he's talking about. Do you know when that's coming out? Paul and Igor will definitely know. You guys are following these things very closely.
Well, I think that suggests that we are inside President Trump's brain.
Yeah, well, not necessarily, but when did so there's no specific dates that they've announced, it's coming out on
I don't know, 2:30 a.m. in the morning when he's on the toilet. Best I got.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens there. Hopefully there's going to be no surprises, but nothing is nothing's impossible, right? Anything can happen. We'll see how long this is going to go on for. Actually, it's been quiet, except for this sudden bombing that was unexpected on Thursday evening, right? Yeah, I guess we can. I mean, that's just how it is. I suppose at the moment, it's all these unexpected things happening, and then you wake up in the morning, and then it's like, what the hell happened over here overnight? There was a bomb, or there was a tweet.
Really
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
He's doing that when I sleep always.
Yeah, it's definitely very interesting times, but we'll get through to the other side, that's for sure. Some way or another. I don't know how, but Paul, you're the one who's always positive, aren't you? You've lost a trade and you go, that's positive. I just lost half my account. That's positive.
I don't think I'm that much of a positive person, to be honest. I'm very much like, the world sucks and we all live in it.
There must be a bit of, what is that? What's the guy? Dupont. It's the Dupont method. Do you know that guy? He's a comedian. He'll be posting shorts. Very, very funny. Because life is a risk I'm not willing to take.
Yeah.
What? Yeah. Anyway, it's as random as that. Okay. Robert says that's where the wild hair makes itself known. Yeah. I mean, this month, the month of June, has been very, very quiet for me. It's not a bad month, but just very quiet compared to last month and actually the month before. Since we started the live stream, actually, this has been the quietest. Is that a word? Quietest, most quiet month.
The most quiet.
Most quiet month. Most quiet month. Yeah, I mean, the pound US dollar was just really, because this was last month. This is actually also part of last month, the 29th of May, which that sets up right there. This month, just one entry here. Yeah, your dog agrees with me.
She does.
It's just been quiet. I think where else did I know I took 3 trades and none of them worked. Which is not uncommon, by the way. I think we went through a session where we spoke about how many losses in a row can you expect. Yeah, I mean, it depends on your win rate, but we showed that with a 50% success rate, you can expect up to 7 losses in a row. So, that's where risk management is so important. So it's nothing out of the ordinary, but definitely in terms of opportunities, it's been very quiet. But it all has to do with the way the price. Just look at this price action. So it's not. I mean, I know it's edging up, but in terms of where do you actually enter the trade, it's not that straightforward. It's a bit. It's very messy at this resistance area. And it was the same with the NASDAQ. It's very kind of just look at that. It's just. It's doing not much. It looks like it wants to break down. It wants to make all-time highs. Looks like it's the whole, like a yo-yo the whole time. I guess look, something very similar could be said about Bitcoin, right? In terms of finding an actual opportunity, that again was a very good opportunity. That's where I lost that trade. Beautiful bounce of that support level. It was lining up really, really nicely, and it just failed. So that's just what June looks like for me. What does your month look like so far, Igor? Are you having a good month? I know you like, you're like world class. So your
No,
results.
I'm not that. No. I had very, very good May and April. And this June, the first part of the month was not so good, but the last 7 days are okay. So we will see on the end of the month. I know that during the July, the biggest institutional traders will go to the summer vacation in Hawaii, and that will be the problem, and the market will be quiet. And I really need to be very cautious in that moment, because sometimes crazy spikes can happen. Volatility can be, it could be thin market because of the liquidity and everything. So I think that I will go in July on vacation. So I will miss that boring time. Yes.
That's not a bad idea, actually. That's really not a bad idea. I mean, to take a break during, like, especially if you're watching, like when you see the markets are like this, honestly, like just don't even bother looking at the markets for a week. Just stay away.
Yes.
Just
I like to go on vacation the second part of July. I think that is the best, just because of the market and myself. So
yeah,
it'll be the best. Yes.
I think Andre mentioned that this earlier. And apologies for that, Andre. I didn't even read that comment. You mentioned that this week's pretty busy on the news events front. So the economic calendar.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have a lot of things. I can share just the screen if you want to see the economic calendar. I watched that, and the question there is, all these news that we will get, we expect to be bad. Whatever you watch, it will be bad for that currency that you watch. And for example, surprises that I can see that can shake the market can be first Japanese yen. Because of the high inflation, maybe they can increase interest rate. There's a small chance, but if they do that, that will shake, and US dollar Japanese yen will go down. But there is a small chance for that. Then we have a bad retail sales for US dollar, as you can see, minus 0.6%, which is really bad. But we expect that. We expect, because of this tariff war for every single currency, we expect something bad. CPA for British pound dollar, little worse than expected, than previous time. Then we have federal funds rates for US dollar, for example. This is big, but the only thing that can happen here is that we maybe because of the stock market, just get something unexpected, because of Trump pushing there, and they reject to change the interest rate. So they said that will change something in September, but this can be the problem here. And I will watch that, because this is something that nobody expects, and that can shake the market. For the British pound, I would like the votes, because I know there is a very high percentage that they will leave the official bank rate as it should, 4.25%. But the question is, what will be the voters, and will they vote for decrease, or will be flat without votes? And as we can see, the last time 7 of governors they vote for the decrease interest rate, and we expect only 2 right now for decrease. But if we get, for example, 0 or something like that, that can little bit shake British pound dollar, and British pound dollar can go down. So this can be interesting, maybe the next week. Retail sales, again, bad news. We expect minus 0.5%. So whatever you look, whatever you analyze, you will see that very bad projections just because of this tariff war. And only the interest rate can shake the market. All of other things will just maybe create some volatility, but interest rates can really shake the market. And I would like to see maybe a huge thing to be that Japanese bank just to increase interest rate. It would be insane. I think that US dollar, Japanese yen would go down so strong that can be really interesting. So
And
we will see.
Be a good trade, right? Look, would you?
Yes, but maybe what can be the plan? What can be the plan? For example, if I maybe find some very high price level for US dollar, Japanese yen, some resistance we touch, and I make some sell order, and I go, for example, 40, 50 pips before the news in profit, and I put the stop loss, break even, and wait to see what will be the news, and maybe I can catch something like that. That can be interesting. Or for example, we can see for US dollar index the same thing. I can play, for example, a British pound dollar. If I find very low price for British pound dollar 1 day or a few hours before the news, and go there and wait for the news, there's a high probability that there will not be increase of interest rates. There can be only decrease or a flat. And if they decrease interest rate, it will be really good push. We will get ultimate high for British pound dollar for sure.
Yeah. Ultimate high for the British pound, US dollar. I mean, my levels are insanely high. I'm very bullish on the pound US dollar over the longer term. I still think we can go, as I've showed before. I think we can ultimately go to not ultimately, but we will get to 1.425, and perhaps even beyond that.
Yes, it can be like that. But
the very the strongest level that you can see on the chart on the weekly time frame on the pound US dollar,
yes,
is the 1.425. Okay, if you don't mind, I'll just quickly share my screen and just show you
please.
what I.
Please show.
So what's going on here? All right, so yeah. Okay. So many buttons you have to click, All right, so this is the weekly time frame on the pound US dollar. See, that is the 1.425 level. You see, this is on the weekly time frame. But now what you can't see is, like, if I just kind of zoom out a little bit, you see, there's another. You see that's the resistance area there, and then we hit that again there. So we can very easily go to the 1.42. I say very easily. This is the weekly chart.
Yes.
Could, maybe next year this time we're like, right, should do it this week. Anytime now. I don't know. But yeah, 1.425 is a very significant resistance level. So I think if this just, there are other levels before that, the 1.37458. And then the 1.38361, those are also key resistance areas. And you can see there are other pivots here as well. You just go to the weekly and you can mark them up, right? And then that's where we could possibly get some, like a person running into electric fence. Like that's typically what happens when you get to resistance areas. And then you want to just get through them. And yeah, 1.42513. And if I just zoom out even more, you can just clearly see. I think from that level we can probably see a bit of a relief, or potentially just break out and retest. I don't know, but the point is, there's a lot of room to the upside on the pound US dollar. So that coupled with what we're seeing on the dollar index. It just makes sense. And now you just need to make sure that the time frame that you're watching to find that entry, that also needs to make sense. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So that's really it. So where's Paul gone? Paul, come back. There we go. Ah, he's probably talking to his dog. You know, Paul is also a very famous dog whisperer. Oh, there he is. All right, guys. But anyway, that brings us to the end of this session. Paul and Igor, it was great to see you. Andre, Tom, Robert, everybody else watching, thanks for watching. The next session starts in half an hour from now. But from us, have a good evening. Safe trading. Wait for the good setups. Cheers,
Bye, guys. See you.
Cheers.
Amen.
Michael,
What's going on?
I'm good. How are you doing?
You know, pushing forward, Monday jams. Not too much going on today. What about you? How's your trading day?
Actually, I took, I think 3 scalps just in the scalping accounts, but it's not so good. 2 stop losses, one GP. So let's say finish the day with a small loss. But yeah, I didn't expect that the market will rally, like will explode to the upside. I'm not sure
Yeah.
if you checked the NASDAQ and ES.
Yep. I saw it. I was thinking about y'all actually.
Yeah,
What's
yeah,
going on
yeah.
today?
Yeah, especially like it starts trending higher, like from the open, like from
Mm,
the open we saw. I'm not sure how many percent, but oh yeah, 2%. Okay, 2% up with
yeah.
the all those geopolitical news. So that sometimes shows you that listening too much to the news and base your trade based on it, it's not the best decision a trader can make.
No, it's not. It's not. Sometimes you have that bias, right? When it comes in, it's a little too strong as to what you should be doing. And it doesn't work out well sometimes.
Yeah, and especially like if you hear the news all the weekend and this
Yeah.
past few days, like the war, the attacks, etc. So in your mind, like the gold will go up and everything will go down. But yeah, the markets every day we learn something new about the markets. And for me, like one thing that I learned this couple of years, that
Yep.
yes, it's good to hear to the news to see the sentiment, but don't be biased based on just
Yeah. But don't go too
geopolitical
heavy.
news or yeah,
Yep.
exactly. Yeah,
No,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
always
yeah.
the thing, right? Like you kind of started and you're like, oh, it has to do this, it has to do that. Oh no, it doesn't. This thing has to do whatever the hell it wants, and that's about it.
Exactly. Yeah. Let me start by sharing the screen. See what we have this week. Yeah.
I'm actually
So
about to. I
let's.
took, I took
Sorry.
one. I took one trade today. It's doing decent. Um, I just took.
Okay.
I only put a half on it though, because it's AJ. I don't
Mhm.
like to trade two Asia pairs like that, and outside of the
Mhm.
Asia section. So I only put half on it, which, and of course, it's going.
You want to show it? Should we start with it?
Yeah, I can show it really quick, and I'm gonna actually move my stop to break even here. This would be
Okay.
that bounce off point actually too. Let's see, where are we? Let me go ahead and share this. Share screen. All right, cool. So yeah, I took AJ today, right? Um,
AJ, like AUD GPY.
yeah, which is two Asia pairs, obviously. Asia, I mean AUD, and then Japanese yen. So I don't like to trade them outside of the Asia session, but this was a great setup. But I always point out, right? So we got our 5200 cross. You know, we're looking for that move off the 200, and then in this case, it was a head and an inverted head and shoulder. So we got our shoulder, head, shoulder, and we wanted to close above this piece right here, right? Which it did right here with this candle right here. So once this candle closed, this was on. This is good to go at this particular point. I didn't come to the market. I wasn't in front of this at 7 in the morning. So I got to this a little bit late, but it was still in that same area for the most part. So when it pulled back a little bit, I was able to start getting my position on, but it didn't really get it until it closed. So not the best, definitely not the worst. I was able to get in this around 9 this morning. But I do want to move and I only took half of it, the position, as I said. I only put 50% on it, so only 125 on my 25K account. But this is going good. So at this point, I am going to move my stop loss to break even. See, I'm in here at 09 and price is at 35 right now. So go ahead and move it up to, let's see, I can move this up to about 11, 12. Yeah, I'm gonna move it +2. That's really good. So I'll move this. It's already at 10 pretty much, so I'll move it to 12. So my field price is now going to be 94.12. Take the risk off the table, and we are good to go on this now. So no matter what, it's going to be a green day. No matter what. And let me take all this off. All right, sweet. So yeah, that was really it. Another thing I liked about this is it had the 4-hour confirmation already. Right, so this price was already above the 13. So this was good. It was really good to go. It wasn't so.
Michael, if you could check like your mic, I'm not sure if it's connected.
Oh, actually, it's not.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Well, cool. I'll go ahead and get this fixed, and you can go ahead and take it over here.
Yeah. I just entered a trade. Just let me start with it also. Yeah. So I took a short from the 21,946. My target is 21, let's say 895. Stop loss 21,989. So the idea of this trade, I just took it. So the idea of this trade, like we tapped into this supply. So we tap into this supply, we took the previous candle high, closed red, we are pushing slowly a little bit, let's say for a retracement. My area of interest that I will be, let's say, managing the trade is this gray area. It's a 5-minute demand. You can see here that we took the previous low, close green, straight continuation. So I'm looking for a push to this area here, where I have my take profit. So that's for the idea of the trade. Also, when I checked the footprint, what we had here, like we had some good absorption here at the top, and here before the entry. If it continue like this, we didn't receive any, let's say, absorption for sellers. I was basing my trade based in this big cluster here at the top, so I'm expecting a continuation to this area here. So the one thing that I will not like if it happen, like we have, I think 7 minutes to the candle to close. So I don't want to see this biggest cluster here at the low. I want to see straight continuation. So I don't want to see big cluster for the sellers at the low, like it's look like here. So I want to see a straight continuation to the downside. So yeah, so that's about this trade. Like on the 1 hour, it looks good. Took the previous high, close red. Yes, we are going lower. We are holding a little bit the support, but we will see how the 15 minutes will close. 30 minutes also looks okay. Yes, there is a lot of wicks, which is normal, like not too much volatility. It's Monday. And yeah, 15 minutes also, we have this fresh supply here. Took the previous high, close red, continue lower. Now we are retesting it. Let's see if we will get the continuation to this gray area. So in term of this week, so I think we have FOMC later this week, so it will be interesting. So currently we have like the G summit, and so we could see some movements if there is any speeches, Trump or something related to the war. Tomorrow also still we have the G7 summit. We have US retail sales at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Red folder news we have also at 9:15. Pre-market also US industrial production. And we have Wednesday we have US housing starts, initial jobless claims. And we have on Wednesday we have the US interest rate decision FOMC. So we will expect maybe sort of volatility. I remember last FOMC we were live, Michael, I think, and it was not moving much, let's say. I think I cannot hear you. No. Yeah, so we have FOMC. As I said, we have FOMC, I think 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Yeah, we could see some big movement, or we will not see some movements. I remember last time with you, Michael, and yeah, we waited for the FOMC and there was no movement. I think after 1 hour, and we got some good movement. So we will see if the pattern will repeat itself or not. And yeah, so Thursday we have US TikTok deadline for the ban, and we have also it's an US holiday. So on Thursday, I think there will be no live sessions. And yeah, so that's it for the calendar. Let's go back to the charts, see how this trade is doing. Yeah, we are still next to break even. So we have 3 minutes left to the candle to close. Yeah, it's pushing. No, still, Michael, still I cannot hear you. Yeah, so for now it's looking good. The way I follow with the delta and the footprint is the biggest cluster. I'm always focusing on biggest cluster. So for example, here on this red candle here, we have 97 here at the low, let's say middle. After that, we got retracements. So what I don't want to see is big cluster at the low and maybe retracement back to this 79 cluster. It will be better if it will give us TP directly, of course. I like it to be a little bit fast, especially with low liquidity in the market Monday. So yeah. So in terms of this week price action, so we are still holding the area 22,100. We have a resistance here, supply area. So we open this week with bullish momentum starting from the open. So we had a big push to the upside from the Asian session. Yes, last week candle, it's sort of, let's say, showing a little bit of, let's say, sellers are still want to push the market down, but the way this week open, it changed a little bit the context. But we are still inside this week. We could break the high, but for me, I'm expecting more, let's say, a retracement back to this area. Why not close red? So yeah, so we are still holding this supply. In terms of the daily, in terms of the daily, same thing. We are still holding this supply. For me, this is a supply area. The way I draw it is simple. We took the previous candle high, closed red, and we got the continuation here. So now we are retesting this area. We expect at least a small retracement back after this big push. And let's see, so the daily, in terms of the daily, I have this demand right here. Will be interested to buy from. I have also another support or demand at the 20,351. Let's put it this way. And yeah, so 4 hours. 4 hour, we have this big momentum candle testing the demand area here. Took the previous candle low, close green, continuation. So we had a big momentum candle, I think, on Friday because of the attack, the Israel attack on Iran. We had this big push down, and then it stopped here at the demand. Sorry, yeah. Here we had a double bottom. Michael favorite pattern. Double bottom here, and from the Asian session, yesterday we start just trending higher. So we broke this previous high. We are tapping now into the supply. We are getting sorts of, let's say, sellers are want to push a little bit lower, and also the footprint confirm a little bit that. So for me, like, I was bearish from this candle here. You can see this big push, 207, 209, big clusters at the top. And then what happened? We took the previous candle high, close red, seller step in, push down, retest the same area here. We could not break higher, continue to push down. So now the 15-minute candle closed. It's not looking very, very good, because as I said earlier, I don't want to see big cluster at the bottom here and then the price start to push up, because it could be a sort of absorption. So let's switch to the 5-minute to see. Yeah, so minus 86, try to push down, some absorption here. Let's give it couple of minutes before taking any decision. Let's see. Yeah, we are still break even. So we could simply come back here to those wicks, or take this wick before going down or continue up. So the context changed a little bit based on this absorption here. Minus 86, minus 42 at the bottom. There is currently some buyers here at the open of the 5 minutes and 15 minutes candle. So let's give it a couple of minutes before taking any decision. Michael, are you still there? No. I think you should just disconnect the mic and just work with the previous mic. No. It's okay, just maybe. Yeah. So this is about this trade. I will give it a little bit, let's say another 5 minutes, just to see if those buyers will succeed to push. But for now, like, we have an absorption, buyers are stepping in. Yeah. Of course, it's not too big of absorption for sellers. Why? Because look here, there is an absorption of buyers of 200 cluster, 220, 117. Yeah. I really can't. I think maybe Michael, you should, if you could log off and log in again. My mic. Yeah. So what I was saying is, even though I got sellers absorption here, yes, they are pushing now strong, but I don't think that's we're gonna take again the highs. Of course, the market always does what it wants, but we had some big absorption for buyers here at the top. Yes, we have absorption here, but not big as what we got here. So that's why my stop loss is a little bit higher than here, and I am expecting maybe we will come back test this area before pushing down. So we will see. So that's for the NQ. Let's see what the NQ did at the open. So 9:30. Actually, we open up with very strong momentum, like not even any clear retracement. So for me, like the way I analyze the price, when I see like a strong momentum or strong trend up, for me, I said this a lot of time during the live, that there is big difference between prices creating higher highs and the retracement, high potential higher low, higher highs, higher low, or price behaving like here. So no retracement. So just push up, small retracement down, push up, small retracement down. So for me, I am a big fan of trading reversals. But when I see the market, it's, for example, in this case here, no retracements, I don't jump into taking, for example, counter trend, because I see like there is not enough range even to trade. So for me, after this retracement, small retracement down, I understood, and after this small retracement down and create higher highs. Oh, perfect, Michael.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah. So when we have sort of this similar to this price, like big push up, just small retracements, it could be one or two candle and then big push up. So I avoid to trade the, let's say, the reversals. Even we are in an area, even we are, let's say, we having some big absorption, I avoid maximum. I avoid maximum to trade the reversal, and that's what we had today. Yes,
Can you hear
there
me
was
now,
no
Aymane?
news. Yeah, I can hear you perfectly. Can you hear me?
I don't know what. Yeah, I can hear you fine. I don't know what in the world that was.
Yeah. That's fine. That's some technical issues happen.
Sweet. All right.
Yeah.
At least you can hear me now. My bad. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, we open up with a strong momentum. So if we will check the footprint, like for me, Mondays, I don't like to see much the delta, because the numbers are not similar like during the week. So Mondays, sometimes Friday, the number are a little bit different, let's say. So you can see here big green candle continuation, but you can see some big clusters here, sellers clusters, but still the market is pushing. So there is different interpretation to this, which is maybe there is some, like, let's say, sellers took profits or getting stopped out. Sorry, getting stopped out. So automatically the order is getting filled for the sell side, but they don't want actually to push the market down. It's just they are getting stopped out or taking profit. So this is the only, for me, the interpretation, how I interpret this. And yeah, before the markets open, we had some good absorption here for sellers, and then we open up not that strong. As I said, Mondays the delta is a little bit different than the other days. So we had some absorption of sellers here at the lows, and buyers entering the markets here strong, 110. You can see here 128, and we held this price. We never came back to this area here. 107, 233, continuation. 161. Here we start to struggle, even though we had absorption for sellers, but the price here start to struggle. So after this candle at 5 p.m. my time, I said, like, if there is real buyers here, we had to continue up, because until now, this is one of the biggest ones. This one and this one is one of the biggest one we got so far. So if the market fail to continue higher, there is high chance we will retrace back. So, and this is what's happened. Big cluster at the top, and then we start to push back lower, push back lower. Now I think I'm gonna get stopped out on this trade.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. We will see.
It's close.
Yeah, so it's close, yeah. Yeah, so if we will not hold this area here, I think I think that the highs are secured, but everything is possible. I'm still thinking that this high is secured for the day, but yeah, the way it looks right now, it's still not bad, especially like if we close this 15-minute like here inside here, it will be good. I want to see just the price respect this 143. If we will not respect this area here, there is high chance we will break. So we will follow and see. Yep.
Gotcha. Yeah, it still look pretty intact. We'll see. We just don't want it to get much higher than that.
Yeah. Any other setup, Michael, for this week?
For me today, nah. I was gonna take it easy today. I didn't really see much, to be totally honest, and I kind of reached a little bit by even taking AJ, because again, I don't really like to take Asia pairs like that. But this was a solid setup, like really solid actually, and I really like the head and shoulders patterns off the 200. Like they super predictable for me. So if you remember last week before last, that's what I took on gold, and I also took the same move on USD CAD. They both hit. So this was the same exact setup.
Yeah.
So I could not take it. Like, if anything, I'll not put my full risk on, which is what I did. Only put on half, but I can't not take it. It's against my whole thing to not take it.
Yeah. When the setup is too clear, me also,
Yeah.
like even though I don't trade, for example, Fridays or Monday, like I have to take it. It's within my plan. Like if I see a very A+ setup for me, sometimes it's even like when I plan it before even Asia. If I see it on Asia, I just, because I hold it a little bit, couple of hours. So
yeah. No,
definitely.
Same. This trade will end up going the whole way, and I'm sitting there looking like, really? Because I didn't take it because it was 2 Asia pairs. Nah. The rule of thumb is just don't put the full position on. And what will typically end up happening is this will run in Asia. So I'm at break even, so I'm not really worried about the risk at this point since I have no risk on the table. But from this point, I will more than likely swing it to Asia because the run will probably happen in Asia. So
Okay, got stopped out on this one. Let's check what's okay. But this was a nice setup.
nice.
Yeah.
Know how it goes.
Let's check Bitcoin. What's Bitcoin is doing? Okay. So Bitcoin create new all-time high. Came back to the, let's say, the 105K price, and now he's. What do you think, Michael, about Bitcoin? You think like we're gonna fly from here, or we're gonna come back again to the 80s?
Nah, I think this thing taking off after this. Like we didn't hit all-time highs pretty frequently. Like it took forever for it to reach all-time highs, right? Back at that 100K. Then it took it at 100K, right? Past it. Now it's doing it again. So much sooner hitting the all-time highs again than it did before. I think it's time to go. And especially if all of these like big wigs and big guys like, oh, Bitcoin is going to be at 150 by the end of the year, 200. It might need to step on the gas a little bit if it's going to make that mark, because we darn near halfway through the year already. So it need to go ahead and hit at least close. Let's see, 110, 115, 120 or something, 125 for it to get to, 150, 200K. It needs to hurry up.
Yeah. Like you think we're gonna hit? Of course, like the market always did what it wants, but you think like we're gonna hit 120K or this
For sure.
before the end?
Yes.
Before the end.
Before the end of this year, yep.
Hmm.
Yep. It's too close. We only 15K away from it. It's super close. Right? Like this can definitely, in my opinion, get there. Especially if people are just piling on this thing anyway. Yeah, we at 107. They just piling on. At this point,
Yeah.
they're not missing too much.
Yeah.
They just need everybody else. Because you think that once the all-time highs are broken, that everybody else will just jump in on it even heavier. But, taking this little precious time. I think they shaking out the weak traders as far as, people getting upset that it's not hitting 150 just yet. So, right, they just holding the price a little bit. And then I won't be surprised if it goes parabolic from there.
Yeah, like the thing about the market sometimes when like it's clear trend up, like it's going up but very slow, really slow. So even the buyers like they exit or they are scared for a retracement. So yeah, for me, I'm not a big fan of Bitcoin. For me, even this for me it's even this push with all those like this conditions that we have in the world. For me it's crazy. Like we had the markets crash maybe 30%, 20 something percent. Bitcoins held this area here, didn't break. That was the first shock for me. Like for me, I thought like Bitcoin will melt. When we see the NASDAQ, everything is melting. But yeah, we will see. Yeah, for me, like I think we're gonna create an all-time high, but I'm not sure like 150K. I think I'm not the best one to give the analysis about Bitcoin because I am too biased with what I believe.
Yeah. And I might be in the middle. Like I might be in the middle for one, like the administration, Trump, all these big, banks and funds is hopping on it. Like they believe in it, like big time, right? This could be the ultimate short squeeze. Opposite of a short squeeze, I guess. Or they could just be right and just be, ahead of it.
Yeah.
And I do ultimately think that, it is that time for, an upgrade in finance, so to speak. And I think cryptocurrency is a great tool to really use to make that happen.
This is the best. XRP is the best.
Yeah.
So
that I might be biased on because I already told you I made some good money on XRP. My biggest trade in my life was on XRP. So yeah, I'm biased, super biased on this.
No, I am bullish also on the XRP.
Yeah.
XRP. For me, like this is
That's
just how
the only coins I have. I got a few thousand of those, and that's it. Right? Like I don't have.
I have
anything.
also some. I have some also on the XRP.
Yeah,
but not much.
Just in case this thing takes off again, I want to be along for the ride.
Yeah. But you remember Michael last year and the year before what they were saying about XRP, and
Mm-hmm.
lawsuits.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy how this world work. Like I remember like when we were here, XRP is dead, XRP is this, XRP is this,
Mm-hmm.
and then look how many percent from this low, like 500, 600%.
See, that's why you
It's
can't listen
something.
to the mess. That's noise. That's all it is. It's noise.
That's yeah. Sometimes you have just to switch off the TV. It's better.
Yep. Yep. Totally agree. Because you mess around and listen to the wrong thing and get some idea in your head and sell early. You be like, why did I do that? Missed the ride of a lifetime. I don't know if you know, like Mark Douglas's story, the one who wrote Trading in the Zone. But he
Yeah.
had something similar. He was in crude oil for a long time, and he was paying swap, and he just couldn't take it anymore. And he finally closed out all the positions. And like shortly after that, of course, it goes to the moon. I think he said he would have made like $400,000 off that
Yeah.
one trade. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you don't
yeah,
want to be in that position.
Yeah. And especially, and this is one thing. Like it's good we are talking about this. Like it's really it's okay to be wrong, but it's
Yeah.
the best thing as a trader you should have is like take responsibilities for your decision. So if you are young, you made this decision. So if you
Yeah.
are right, you made the decision. So
Yeah.
it's always your call. But sometimes unconsciously when you watch the news a lot, so unconsciously you start to get biased. So maybe even your beliefs you are getting your belief from the news.
Yeah.
So
And you kind of don't
yeah.
even know it, right? But you're being like conditioned to think what they think, basically. Like a great case in point was when, Kramer came on with all of this stuff about GameStop and it was a bad buy and all this stuff. And what happened? The thing went to the moon. So they let you know, like, even people like them and him, they be wrong. And I wouldn't be surprised if they get a piece, for putting certain ideas out into the marketplace for people to eat up anyway. So I just don't believe none of that stuff. I'm an old-fashioned TA. Let the chart tell me what it's doing.
And this is the best thing, and that's one thing that I like also in trading. It's like you are in front of the charts. If you are good, you are good. That's the reality. If you are good, you know what you do.
Yeah.
You make money.
Yeah.
So
As long as you got a plan, you're good to go. You only got to worry about it too much, right? Like, I don't want Kramer or some talking head to tell me I should be buying or getting out of position. I want my own technical analysis skills to tell me that, right? Like,
yeah. Or your bank call you. Do you need to invest?
right,
We have best investments offer
right,
with 10% commission.
yeah,
I don't know if you had
exactly,
this.
exactly. Like, no, I'm good. Thank you though. Thanks for the call. I can't touch none of
Yeah.
that. I just like my simple patterns, right? That I just stick to. They work out. They've afforded me a beautiful life just by sticking to this, and that's what I'm going to continue to do. It's just as simple as that for me. I don't want, even when I see these huge guys, right? Like some of these guys trading currencies and all this other stuff, and I might be looking at one of the trades they take. If we both taking the same trade, same position, great. That's awesome. You know what I mean? Like, all right, that's cool. But if I'm taking a trade this way and he's taking it the other way, that doesn't mean anything to me. Like, we about to see who's wrong and who's right, real quick, probably this week.
Yeah. 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 Robert, also in my position, showing off 100x crypto trade. Take a short at the top of Luna before it crashed. Got out after a few minutes. Wake up to what could have been.
Yep. That happens.
Yep.
That's like that DJT stock, right? That Donald Trump stock that everybody was buying. Everybody was buying it. And it was this one genius who waited and shorted it, and he made all the money. I think he made like $10 million over like the week or something like that, shorting that stock, and everybody else bought it.
That was genius.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
Yeah,
Like, this guy's a genius.
That was genius. Yeah, this is genius.
And
Yeah.
you know what's crazy? He put up like, man, I want to say he put up like $2 million, and he was supposed to make like 6. And when he shorted it, it was going to his target, but he wasn't supposed to close it yet. And he turned his 2 million to like $8 million, like the first like day and a half, right? Something super crazy. He was ballsy enough to still hold on to the trade after that. And then it finally hit his like target. I think total was like 17 million in like 4 or 5 days or something. But I'm like, not only was this guy a genius, he had balls of steel to even hang on to the trade after you're already up. Turn your 2 to 10, 12, 14, 16 in 5 days. Yeah, he's the trader of traders, right?
Yeah,
Like, that's insane.
Yeah, like,
I know me, if I had that much on a position and I was up that much, that fast, I'm gonna be honest.
I would.
Yeah. Especially when you see you up $10 million and you didn't close the trade. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Like he have a big heart. This is crazy. Like for me, like when I'm discussing with a couple of traders that they hold the trade because and they see some, let's say, good profit, but they don't take partials, they hold the trade. And I ask them, like, I ask one of my friends, like how you manage your emotions. Like, for example, he lets his trade and he go to sleep. And but what I discover is, like, he got, I don't know how to say it in English, it's immunity or something. Like, it happened to them so many times. They were in big profit. It came back to stop loss or break even. So for them, this is okay. So
it's immune. He's immune to it.
Yeah, he's immune. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
no, I get it. Like, I couldn't, when I used to do that, and it used to be like, man, I like missed out on a great trade. Like, you know, yeah, I was in it. I moved my stop to break even. I didn't lose any money. But at the same time, I didn't make any money, right? Like, because it came back and took me out at break even, and that sucks. So that's why I started taking partials. Like, partials, you know, like on something like this, like I'll probably take something off in a second. But again, I'm really expecting this to run in Asia, if anything. So let me grab the screen, actually, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So like when I'm looking at something like this, I just also want to see this next candle form, right? So I'll just move my profit a little bit, move my position a little bit in the profit here, right? So if I'm in at 12 right now, that's where my stop is. I just want to move this up just a little bit more, right? To maybe 20. Let's see, where's 20? All right, so maybe not 20. Let's do 17 because I don't want to put it on this green candle. I want it to be under this green, just in case it does come back down. So I'll move this to 17, right? Yeah, this just not easily trailing it, right? So I'll move this to 17. But this would be my partials in a way. Like, I'm not going to take any off, but I'm moving my stock deeper into profit so that if this does come back, there's no way I can lose money on this trade. Like, not only did I not lose any money, I'm going to make a little bit off this trade. Guaranteed, right? Like, no matter what, at this particular point. But again, I'm expecting this to really run in Asia. Like, obviously, I can't guarantee this, but this should definitely go up and hit these highs in Asia, right? Even when I look at the higher time frame, oh, see, that's why we're having a little bit of struggling right here because we got this 800 EMA. Yeah, that's really what's happening. So this actually might come back and take me on to break even, or plus 7, whatever that is. Is that right? Let's see. Yeah, my fee was at 10. Yeah, so plus 7. If anything, it'll take me on at plus 7. Right? Yeah, now that I see this 800 EMA here, this actually might come back and bounce off this. and then run. Either way, I don't want to be in it. I don't want to have any risk on the table at all. Right. But yeah, this could definitely keep going. Like even, yeah, this would be the next general target here. But if we can get this close to close above this 800 EMA at this 4-hour close, this would be nice. Super, super nice. Even on the daily chart. Yep, same thing. We want this to close above on the daily here. Either way, I'm just letting this do its thing. I'm not touching this at all. I do just want to point something out, right? So this trade, let me make this green. So this setup, literally once again, once the 5,200 cross, right? This little area right here does not count as touching it, because if you look down at this TDI, the yellow market baseline is above the static line. It doesn't count until it goes below. So if you look at this, the yellow line is above the static line the entire time until right here, right? Once it gets here, now you can tell the reload is coming on. So now I'm actually interested in at this point, right? So we got the left head, shoulder, right head, close above. This is the pattern that we're looking for. So I love the TDI because it keeps you out of bad setups and it keeps you in good setups longer. Yeah, this ended up working out, but this is not a real pattern. Like this is nothing here really. This only works, what I would like to think is out of the 10 times, it only works twice. So this setup is only 20%. We just happen to see it work out this time. That's it. This is 80%, right? So it's a 20% chance I'm gonna be wrong on this one, and it's an 80% chance I'm gonna be wrong on this one. The numbers just happen to play out the right way this time for this to look like it works. Because you ask yourself, man, why didn't I just take it over here? That's don't think like that, because that's like a broke clock being right twice a day, and you happen to look at it when it was the exact time, right? So that's like the opposite. You don't want to trick yourself into thinking that that works. But if we was to come over here, same exact thing, right? Like, let's check this out. Let's just do the replay. Right? Like, if you just look at this, this is the exact same thing. 5,200 cross, left shoulder, head, left shoulder, and you in right here. This is the exact same thing. Right? You got the TDI saying the same exact thing. If you look, once this price right here, look at the TDI, the yellow line is above the static line the entire time until when? Right here. Now you know the reload is coming because now it's below. And you want it to go below because when it goes below, they picking up those pending orders going short. And they just slowly yanking on back from them. Once they built the books up far enough, they out of there. Right? Give you a little bit of time to get in. That's it. If you ain't got it, that's it.
You answer on the break. The break.
Yep. I got in on this at 3306. I remember specifically. 3306. Once this pulled back right here, I got in. I was in at 3306. So about right here. I grabbed this right here. Just beautiful. Beautiful, yeah. Beautiful, beautiful. And you grab this trade once it closes, again, as you just said, above everything. This huge candle that just popped up that closed above this area right here, this was nice. And you expected them to pull back to this exact area, which they did. I got slipped a little bit. I was waiting for this. I had an alert set and everything. So when it pulled back to this, this price right here, which technically was 33.04, I got in at 33.06. So whatever, close enough. I'm happy with that. But the point is, this is the same exact setup. Like, this is the same exact setup. And when I like to think as mastery comes when you can see this before this happens, right? So this is, again, 5,200 cross, left head, shoulder, right. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Same exact thing on AJ. Where is this? Oh. I'm like, what in the world? I gotta, how do I exit this?
Yeah.
Exit this. I'm like, well, that looks totally different. Anyway, same exact thing. 5,200 cross, left shoulder, head, shoulder, close above this structure. Just how I just showed in the last one. Once this green candle, let me move this. It's kind of hard to see. Once this, because this is the structure right here, right here, right here. So once this green one right here closed above this, he was good to go. Right, they gave you a little pullback, and he was out. It was out after that. But yeah, same exact setup. So I'm a strong advocate of just take the same setups. Master the ones that work, right? That work out for you, that you can easily see, and that's high probability. And take all of them. Take all of them.
Yeah, and this is the reality. Like, and I think we said it's multiple times. Good trading is boring.
Yeah.
Good trading is boring. Just same thing and again and again and again and again.
It's so boring to me. It's exciting all over again. It's come full circle. It's exciting getting them payouts. That's what's exciting.
Yeah. Getting payout the day of payouts. Yep. That's true.
But that was one same exact thing again, right? USD CAD. USD CAD gave us that same move. Right? Same exact move. Just the other way around. 5,200 cross. Next move you're looking for, that pattern off the 200. Same thing as you look at the TDI, you can see market baseline is below the static the entire time. Below, all the way until here. Boom. This is where you can tell, all right, this is starting to get juicy at this point. Right? As soon as it crossed right here, now you're looking for that pattern. Left head, shoulder, left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Bang. Stops go above the swing point, you in there. It's the same thing over and over again. I got so many flashcards, and this is what I try to tell like students and traders too. I can see this coming from a mile away because I've seen it so many times. It's ridiculous. Like, I'll take about 30 minutes with my group in the morning going through all the pairs. I go through every single last one of them, expect what we supposed to be looking for. All of them. Takes me about 30 minutes, like, for me to do a deep dive onto all of it, right? But I go through every single pair and I point out what we're looking for. If it's one of the 5 setups, I'll put the strings on it, which would be that. Pause on this, right? Silver really pissed me off last week. Look at this. This thing has just been sitting here. We talked about this too. Look, this thing been sitting here in this same spot for since this happened. It's weird. This came down here and grabbed it. And then since then, it's just been sitting in the same zone. Weird. Like, this is very weird. This is so ugly. I call this like a fish scale. Like if you see a fish and like it's the skeleton of a fish, it looks like this to me. It's like, it looks nasty a little bit. Like, it's just static. Like, it doesn't even look like a chart. It just looks like static. So it looks so weird. Anyway, just keep going. go through all of these and point out everything we're looking for, right? So this is a great example, right? I can easily see this right away. We got the 5,200 cross here, right? Market baseline has been below the entire time. It's just now getting above or starting to go above. So I want to see that same reload that I always talk about. And I want to see a pattern, right? The pattern, we got outside the band too, right here. So I can tell this is the first leg. But I want to see something looks just like this and drop, right? That'll look something like this. As long as the R to R makes sense, whoops, which in this case look like it will. This is a setup, but it needs to happen just like this, right? But same thing over and over again. Boring, right? I put my strings on. Well, this is what I call the strings, like the stop loss and TP, what I'm waiting for it to look like. Set my alerts, and that's it. That's it. That's it. That's all. But every day should be just as repetitive, just as what I would say boring, and just going through it all, just looking through the same exact stuff, right? I can see it again right here, right? 5,200 cross, market baseline is pointing down. It's going to go below the static, looking for that reload. We're looking for this W structure off the 200 going back long. That move will look something like this. Right, stops below all of this, and you're good. Oops, I can't spell. Reload. But so important, like so important. And when I tell you, like, concrete rules is everything. Like, I don't even have to worry about what I'm gonna do when I get in the trade. I already know what I'm about to do. I know when to get in, when to get out. It's all the same. I'm gonna just do the same thing I did last time. Right. Typically on Sundays, I'll do my what I call weekly market review. Look at what I did good, what I did bad, if I missed any trades, what I need to change, if anything. You know what I mean? Now, this is interesting, right? Because so this is GJ, right? This is almost close to AJ, how we took. But the thing about this is you got so many crosses in here that kind of messed this up. You got one 5,200 cross. You got another 5,200 cross. You got another 5,200 cross. You got another 5,200. Oh, that one don't really count. But you see 1, 2, 3, 3 of these crosses versus on AJ is just one. It's just one fresh, crisp cross. And that's it. It's just one, right? This freshest one. This is much, much, much more powerful and strong. I don't like to keep taking. It couldn't cross 4 and 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. You need to just do it one, come out and make the move, and then continue. All right, so. Yeah, NJ was actually kind of close, but I always like to correlate them to, like, sometimes even though they're close, it's not the same. Like, and then you can't take the second one, right? So we got the 5,200 cross right here. And then, like I always say, if you look, market baseline is above the static, it's above the static, except right here, boom, right? So market baseline is below the static at this point, and you're looking for that pattern, right? Now, this one's a little ugly, but it went up, bounced, and then ran. So when I see this happen already over here, and then I see this coming back and giving me a shoulders, head, shoulders pattern, and then run, even though this went, to me, this is not the move. This is the second move off the 200. I'm not looking for the second one. I'm looking for the first one. That's it. So even though this one did go just like, AJ did, this to me is not a setup. Now, one could say, oh, but they're so close. You can just take both of them. I mean, you could if you want to. I don't do that because you're doubling up the risk for one, and one is clean, one's not. I don't want to take the unclean one. I want the one that's pristine, that looks like my flashcards that I marked up. That's this one. All right, so all right, I feel like I'm preaching over here. I'm I'll let you grab the screen.
No. Like what I like on your analysis and your trades, Michael, is literally you are repeating the same thing again and again, and you can see the consistency, and that's what a lot of traders, let's say, lack to have. Is just this. They know exactly what they are looking for. They are repeating the same thing again and again. And you said it with
Yep.
confidence. You said, I know that's the trade. If it comes here, I know how I enter. I know what I will target. So you know
Yep.
exactly what you are doing. And yeah, so as you said earlier, you said just take your setup, see if it works, and repeat the same setup again and again and again.
Yep. That's really it. It's the craziest thing ever. Is like, I don't care about taking beats. I don't care about going heavier or anything. I'm following a simple process that was refined and built over time that works, and that's it.
Yeah.
Right. I get people to ask all the time about like, well, what about this? Well, why you wouldn't take it like this? I'm like, that's not the setup. One of mine, so I got 5 setups as I mentioned, and I added a 6th one. It's like, it's a tag really. This is how I can tag my trades when I'm journaling, but I call it MSU. It's like, oh, you're making stuff up. Like, that's a setup, basically. Like, there's nothing there. You're just making this stuff up right now. Like, why'd you take this? You thought you saw this, but no, you were making stuff up. This you did not follow the checklist. Checklist 1 is do this. Step 2 is do this. You get to 10, 12, right? It's like you, at one point, you got lost or you just were forcing it. And that's when them losses come in at. That's when those losses come in at. And it sucks, right? Like, even when we was going through this drought, this streak where it was like, we're not taking many trades because of the whole tariff thing and whatever. Like, the market was kind of all over the place. It was sucking that I wasn't taking as many trades as I was. But at the end of the day, I know for a fact that if I start forcing trades, I'm going to start losing money. I know that 100%. It's much better to just sit back and not do nothing and just continue to do homework, continue to show up every day, and wait.
and this is the and wait, yeah, and this is the hardest part. Like, just wait. Normally, on average, how many trades you take per week, per month, like before tariff and now also? So normally, how much?
Yeah, I'm doing about 2. Let's say, like, so last week we had 5 setups. We had Euro GBP, GBP CAD, we had gold, we had silver, and we had AUD CAD. So that's 5 trades, right? 5 setups that I would take. Now, I wasn't able to get in all of them. Euro GBP, I couldn't get in because it was just one huge candle. I couldn't get in GBP CAD because it was just one huge candle. So that's 2 that I couldn't trade. Silver set up at 1 o'clock in the morning. Of course, I wasn't up for that. I was asleep. I took gold that you guys saw that I got stopped out on. So that was a trade that I took. And then on Friday, I took AUD CAD that hit. So 5 trades last week. Right now, whether I can get in 3 of those, you know, it still counts as a setup. I just wasn't able to take advantage of it. So 5 setups last week. The week before that, we was at 3. That's why I was saying the market is back now. But during the tariff thing, it was like 1, and I'm like forcing them a little bit. You know what I'm saying? 1, maybe 2, and I'm like, this is not the prettiest setup. Like, any other day, I would not be trying to take this. Like, I'm looking for something much more cleaner, and not so ambiguous that I'm like, well, it looks like this, it looks like that too, and you know, I got to turn my laptop to the side and see if I can if I can actually see it. Versus a trade like today, like, this is clear as day. This is a clear setup, clear trade. There's no way that I won't take this. This is, to me, a textbook trade. I have 30, 40 flashcards that look just like this. right? It's night and day. Some of them are super clear, and some of them just aren't. Like it's what I call again an MSU trade. Like you're making stuff up right now. It's just this is not pretty at all. It's like you want it to be pretty so you can take a trade today, but in actuality, it's not pretty. Like not one bit.
Yeah. I took a short back on the trade, and now it's coming back again to break even. So just the same setup, like same setup, absorption. Still, we are in the area.
Yeah.
So, can you see
Yeah,
my
you
screen?
can share your screen.
Let's wait 1 second.
Yeah, I didn't know, so I guess we won't be on Thursday, like you mentioned earlier today. My mic was messing up, so I couldn't say anything. But yeah, I guess we'll be off on Thursday. No jumping on.
Yeah. I shared, but still, I think the host should give us access.
Oh.
It's okay. We can do it later. But basically, I re-entered. Just.
It's a little worse or better. Hang on, let me see something.
Yeah. Like without oh.
There we go.
Yeah, like this is. Yeah. Yeah, so we have FOMC Wednesday. You will trade FOMC, Michael, yes?
No,
At the
I
moment
will not.
of the news.
I will be,
I know the answer.
I will be not trading that, right?
Not even a quarter?
Probably not. It has to be a super clear setup. And it will definitely be after the news.
Yeah.
Because sometimes what happens is like it'll set up, or like it'll be close, and you're like, oh, it's so far away. And then the news makes the move happen. So I still like to be there just to see it, just in case I don't like miss an opportunity. But yeah, it's been plenty of times where the like it's far away, and then the news comes and it confirms the move, right? And it's like, all right, now
it just make it's the news make it faster, let's say. Yeah.
Yep. Now I love those. The only time I wouldn't do that, to be honest, is like on NFP, because for some reason I don't even know why. I think it's the NFP and the Friday thing. But if a move is close to setting up, NFP happens at 8:30, and then 9 o'clock the trade confirms, I probably still wouldn't take it. And if I did, it would be very slim, like a very, very small piece, because literally my number one losses come on NFP Friday, the days that I do trade it.
and on NFP, like, sorry, Michael, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, like on NFP, those days, like, because typically it happens at 8:30, and I like to take my trades at 9, like the top of the hour, when a 4-hour candle confirms. So typically it's 9 o'clock. If it's NFP Friday and 8:30 passes, right, NFP happens and it confirms the move at 9 o'clock, that's the only time I still might not take the trade. Because there's been too many times where I'll take it and I still lose. It's like a pristine setup. Everything about it looks nice. And then it still just loses. And I have to scratch out or something stupid. And it's like, all right, I need to stop taking those, because it's something with the NFP and Friday that just go together, and it's like a recipe for disaster or something. Like, I don't know.
No, Friday in general is a tricky day. Friday is just for me. Friday is just to pass some evals. If you want to. If you want more capital, just pass. But if you have your live account, your Hola Prime accounts, live accounts, just it's better not. This
Leave
is
it
just
alone.
my personal experience. Yeah, yeah. So just
Yeah.
to explain this trade quickly, so we got stopped out here, but the trade was still valid. So just to wait 10 minutes. So we had this big push up momentum candle touching the supply, took the previous high again, give us confirmation, and I re-enter here. So I
Classic
moved
double top.
break. Yeah, classic double top on the footprint. Also, it was looking okay. 118 start to flip back. So it's a good. Now I moved break even simply because big cluster again on the low, like I had here, like I had earlier. Big cluster at the low, and then absorb the sellers got absorbed, push higher. So if there is enough, let's say, selling pressure, we have to push it straight away, break the lows. If not, I am break even. Like we came
Right.
back, I think, close to my break even, like 10 points, something like this. So now I am break even, so I am good for this one. I'm
Nice.
looking to take at those lows, and then you will help me take partials because I don't know how to take partials on the
This.
platform here.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. It's a little weird because when you click the close, like you click the X.
Oh, but it will not be closed.
See, that's the weird part, right? I promise you, I don't know how. But some like it's I've seen where I click it and then it'll. As a matter of fact, look, I'm gonna show you something. Let me share the screen. I'm gonna show you something.
Okay.
Because I have literally done this with someone before, and it just closed their trade out, and I'm like, that is not how it's supposed to go. So look, check this out, right? So if I hit X, you see this screen comes up, and this is how you take partials.
But I don't have
it says of 28.
Oh, you should click on X. Okay.
Yeah. So if you click X, this screen will pop up, and then you close the amount of what you want to do.
Okay.
Right. So say for example, if I want to take off 10.10 of my 28, then I hit it. Right. That just took off some partials for me.
Okay. Let's
see what I'm saying?
try it live, Michael. Let's try it live. Let's see.
Okay.
Let's try it live, Michael. I hope it will not close the trade. By the way, Robert, that said,
because I'll be honest with you,
hedge.
It has happened before. I've done it. I literally did what I just did before, and it worked. I click the X, and that screen comes up. Someone else does it, and it closed the whole trade. So
okay, let's do it.
I'm just showing you what I did.
Okay. So it's good. So here you can take partials. That's nice. Okay. Let's see. Let's wait this 5 minutes. See. Oh, you were not seeing my screen, so it works.
Yeah, I can see it now.
You can see.
Okay, so yeah, you good.
Yeah. Let's see quickly if there will be any decision to take. Come on, we need some sellers. It's 82. They need to be sellers. Come on. We are still holding this level right here. When it's the last time you took a trade on NQ, Michael?
Man, I can't even remember. I don't even know. Even if I looked at my trade Zella, I probably wouldn't have an NQ trade on there in a minute.
Maybe just ES.
Yeah, I take ES a few times and also US 30. I took US 30 trade like 2 weeks ago. For some reason, for me, a lot of the times the best one out of those three is US 30. Like I think you might be NQ, Sam would be ES, I'll be US 30 because US 30 it'd be fine, it'd be working out. Out of the three that be close, that one is always the cleanest setup for me. So I typically take that one a lot.
Yeah, US30 is moving fast also. I think that's what you like.
And the setup just is clean, like a lot of the times. Like ES and NQ, sometimes it looks a little bit jagged, and then the move will look cleaner on US30. So I
Yeah,
end up
yeah.
just
For me, sorry.
I was saying, so I end up just taking US30. I'll leave the other two alone.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. US30 actually it's been a long time I didn't check US30. I think Sam last time shows that US30 respect levels also, but for me, especially in futures, it's too fast. It's faster than NQ. Okay, I think this trade is gonna go back BE. We have a fresh supply was created here, took the previous high, close red, push down. So let's see. Yeah, I think we're gonna repeat the same thing what's happened here. Absorbing the sellers, push higher again, absorbing the sellers, push back higher. Let's see. We are break even anyway, so
Right. That's how I like to figure it. When you at break even and you take partials, I could almost care less if they come back and take me on a break even.
Yeah, but I didn't take partials on this one. Yeah, I didn't take partial.
Yeah, when they'll ask sometimes like, how can you hang on to the trade so long? I was like, I just literally my emotions are in check at this point. For one, because I'm confident in my strategy, but two, the only thing you worried about is losing money that you had and not making any money today. And I just solved both of those by moving my stock to break even, so I'm not going to lose. That fear is gone, and I already made money off the trade, which is the other thing y'all trying to do, right? And again, like I always say, I'm still in the trade. If it keeps going, great. I'm still in the trade.
I'm still have my part there. So, yeah. For me, like it's same. Like for me, big fan of taking partials, big fan of going break even, and big fan of also if I got like break even, I can re-enter. Why not? If the setup is still valid, re-enter again. But I like to secure profit. So I think we talked about it last time. Like some of the traders, they say, wait, you are thinking, if we think probabilities, like if you include break even to your probabilities, it become 33% take profit.
Yep.
But like we said, it's not just technically like this, it's more also about the edge. So it's not just yeah, it's about the edge also. So yeah,
like realistically speaking, you think that math makes sense, but when it's math there that you don't expect, right? Like you said, it's about your strategy, your edge. How much edge does your strategy have? You can't really quantify those two things together with that. That's not math that you can just simply do. So yeah, it sounds right, but in actuality, it's not.
That's the truth. It sounds right, but in the reality, it doesn't make any sense because there is a lot of variable into it. It's not just 33 to 33. It's an edge. It's your edge. So
exactly. And what is this? Is it an A setup? Is it a B setup? Is it an A plus setup? You know what I mean? So it's a lot more that goes into that math equation that's not being accounted for.
Yeah. Exactly. So yeah, let's see if this NQ will break or not before the end of the session. We are still holding.
Right.
Come on, give us the break. I will also talk like talk like Sam. Give us the break. Come on. Robert.
Nice. On the 4 accounts trying to pass, he made a total of 980 between them all. Hey, that's almost 250 an account, right? That's dope.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. Haven't probably
Robert
traded.
is doing good these days.
Yeah, I'm glad. I'm
Yeah.
glad. I'm glad.
Big
He is,
shifts.
I'd say, our top student, right? Like he shows up every day. He gets the jewels. He takes advantage of the expertise that we provide. So kudos to you, Robert.
Thank you, Robert. Okay, finally we are getting the break. Let's go. Come on. How many points? Yeah, come on. Give us those 20 points. I will go take partials.
Hey,
come on. It's really slow, but come on. 21. Let's see the 30 minutes delta chart. Okay, it's
right there.
Just one.
Moving.
Yeah, but we're still holding those clusters here.
Below it.
Yeah. You can see here, Michael, minus 100 at the bottom. We need to push straight away. Come on. If we will help again this minus 100, we could take the lows, come back again higher. Let's see, 5 minutes. Yeah.
Love it, love it. It's right there.
NQ's playing with us.
That is a nice. That last candle though is really nice. I like it.
Yeah. Creates a double top here. Big push down.
Yeah,
come on,
I like
at least we need to take the low of the candle, at least. Okay, we're break even. Let's keep it this way. Yep. So tomorrow I will be trading ES on the session.
Okay. I got session 2 tomorrow. I'm gonna have to check you on Wednesday and Friday.
Okay.
I got session 2 on Tuesdays.
Nice. With
Jannie and Paul.
Code. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Crypto expert, Coach Paul.
Yeah.
He have some perfect analysis about crypto.
Yeah, he does a good job.
Yeah,
he does a good job with the crypto. I don't really know too many people who like trade crypto like that, so I always like to see what he got. He always add a lot of good value to him.
Exactly. You see what NQ did, Michael?
Jumped all the way back up like that. The last second.
Last second.
Like, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, they playing around.
Yeah, and they will take me break even again, and they will come back.
Let me see. We are. Dang, we still 30 pips away. Oh, I did not know that. Okay. So this AJ trade is going pretty good, but it's still 30 pips away from take profit. But I'm already up 40 pips on it. Dang, that's crazy. I didn't even notice that.
was fast, faster than NQ.
It be like that some days.
You want to show it, Michael?
Yeah, I can show it really quick. I was wondering if I was gonna move it up some, but I'm gonna leave it alone. It's still a little too close. Because one thing I feel like it's an art of trailing your stop, but not moving your stop too early and getting stopped out, right?
Yep.
So right now I got it at 17, which is about right here. I would like to move it up to this ADR, but this is too close. This could easily come down, retest it, and keep going. So I don't want to do that. I'm gonna leave it right here. I will want to see another larger candle, right? Like these candles are still kind of small. Like even the candle that's open now is still very little. Like I want to see another larger candle for me to actually move it up a little bit more. Because again, at this point, yeah, I gotta leave it alone. I gotta leave this alone because
Yeah.
this will easily come back and take me out if I move it up any further. As long as it's below, like I just want it below this shift candle. If it comes all the way down here and touches this and go, I'm fine with that. Like, yeah, all right, you got that. But I don't want to move it. I don't want to move it up here and it comes back and retests that ADR high and then go. That I can't deal with. I'd much rather just leave it where it's at. Yeah, typically what I like to do too is, since I'm about to get off, I'm not going to close this trade because this is going to close in Asia. But what I will do is, this is going to end up running in Asia. But what I will do is I will set an alert for 17 because that's where I'm in at. And then I like to just put on here out at BE. Because I'm probably not going to be monitoring it too closely. My day pretty much over. So I just like to know if I do get taken out at break even.
You took partials?
Yeah, I already took some partials too.
Mm.
So I'm not going to be actively monitoring this. At this point, I don't care what it does. I like to say TP smack.
TP smack.
Yep, that's like the little catchphrase, TP smack. This is cool for me though because, like, obviously I got the TradingView app on my phone, and then I have the Apple Watch, so I just make sure I'm wearing my watch, which I am. So I can just be doing whatever I want to do. I can be riding my bike outside at the pool, the beach, whatever, and I'll get a notification on my watch saying I'm either taking out at break even or TP smack, and I already know what happened for the day. So this is my way of keeping the beat on the market, but not having to sit in my chair and watch this all day.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna close this trade because I think we have 1 minute left to the candle to close. So let's just
green Monday. I love starting off Monday green like this. Great start of the week.
Oh, now it's pushing back.
Oh, that thing is all over the place.
Yeah. Yep. And just let's close it here.
Hey, nice. Nice.
Yeah.
Buzzer beater.
Sorry?
I said buzzer beater.
Nah, not that good today. But yeah, just the start of the week.
Right.
We have a lot of opportunities waiting for us.
For sure. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Yeah,
Well, I think that
yeah.
is time. Robert, appreciate you. Love when you showing up. Michael, that's the art I'm trying to perfect. Yeah, man. That's just about getting those reps in every day. Well, cool. Aymane, always good to see you, man. Appreciate you. Robert,
Thank you,
great job
Michael.
today. And yeah, we will catch. Well, I guess I'll catch you guys on Wednesday. But I'll see y'all.
Yeah.
I know y'all be on tomorrow. I might hop on y'all live. Matter of fact.
Yeah, I will be checking the comments.
All right, cool. All right, guys, take it easy.
Market killer, yes, Michael.
Yeah. I say Keller Capital on there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will remember.
All
Take
right.
care,
All right,
Michael.
guys, take it easy.
Bye. Goodbye, Robert.